Members of the public, the council is still in closed session. We appreciate your patience while they finish the business in closed session. We will resume the meeting as soon as they have rejoined us in this room. Thank you.
One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. Okay, are we all here? I think the vice mayor is not here.
Mayor, he's connecting now.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so oh, there he is. Okay, good. All right. So we're all back from closed session. So we will reopen the City of Petaluma regular meeting of the City Council and the Petaluma Community Development Successor Agency for June 21st. And we have just returned from closed session. So can I ask the Deputy Clerk to call roll?
Barrett?
Yes, here.
Barnacle?
Here.
Fisher?
Here.
Healy?
Here.
King?
Here.
McDonald?
Here.
And Posake.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. And now we will do the Pledge of Allegiance. So ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with and justice for all. We will have a moment of silence. Thank you. There are no agenda changes or deletions to the current agenda, so we will go forward, and I will ask the city attorney to report out of closed session.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There's no action to report tonight.
Thank you. We'll move on to proclamations and recognitions, and we are going to go to proclamation for the Petaluma Emergency Medical Services. So with that, today we'll recognize the value of first responders from all EMS sectors. This observance, which has been celebrated for 27 years, begins with a special event called the Survivors Reunion. This occasion recognizes and celebrates the EMS chain of survival from the REDCOM dispatchers, EMS first responders, and hospital emergency room personnel. Petaluma has been recognized for saving a city public works employee that was in cardiac arrest. Whereas the city of Petaluma is committed to ensuring the safety and security of all its residents and visitors, and whereas in 2020, 47 people in Petaluma experienced sudden cardiac arrest, and whereas in 2020, of the 47 sudden cardiac arrest victims in Petaluma, 25 received bystander CPR, and 3 received automated external defibrillation deployment. And whereas bystander CPR stops the clock and gives first responders a much greater chance for resuscitation, a person receiving bystander CPR has nearly a 3 times higher likelihood rate of survival over a person not receiving bystander CPR. 12 people were brought back to life by the Petaluma Fire Department personnel in 2020, all having received bystander CPR. 4 of those cases were submitted for the survivors reunion, and 1 case has been featured this year. And whereas over 80% of the sudden cardiac deaths occur at home, knowing CPR is most likely to affect a loved one. And whereas the Petaluma Healthcare District's Heart Safe Community Program, in conjunction with the Petaluma Fire Department, have committed to teaching thousands of Petaluma residents and visitors, hands-only CPR. This includes every 7th grader in Petaluma schools on an annual basis, all which have been on hold during the pandemic. Additionally, the fire department is currently working with dispatch to identify and register all the AEDs in the city of Petaluma to implement a cell phone application program called Pulse Point. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Teresa Barrett, Mayor of Petaluma, along with the members of the Petaluma City Council, in recognition of this event and its successes resulting in lives saved, do hereby acknowledge our emergency medical services in the city of Petaluma and urge all Petaluma residents to learn first aid and CPR to support the public safety activities and efforts of the Petaluma Fire Department and its EMS team. And here to accept the proclamation will be our Chief of the Fire Department, Len Thompson.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council. Thank you for this proclamation, and I accept this on behalf of the members of Petaluma Fire Department. As you know, the majority of our calls and responses are emergency medical. To keep our service optimal, we have a mandated continuous quality improvement program, CQI. The person that oversees this program is our EMS supervisor and CQI coordinator, Kathy Doyas. I would like to introduce Kathy and have her say a few words.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you for having me tonight. I just wanted to dovetail on the proclamation and just say a couple things about EMS in general. And that is that it's a very dynamic and multifaceted system, which requires hours and hours of continued education and training to maintain high standard service. In recognition of our first responders, the Survivors Reunion was developed. It's an opportunity to hear the stories from the survivors and also to thank the responders. This is a unique event and a moment in time where we give that nod of appreciation, respect, and honor to all the first responders that are out there every single day. Last year, COVID proved to be one of the most challenging years in the history of EMS. We were confronted with those challenges and they were overcome, and we continued to provide very high standard of care for our community. And really, in closing, that's what EMS is. It's about our community and it's about serving our public. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, all of you, for all the work you do for our community.
Thank you.
So with that, we're going to move on to presentations. And we have the fleet overview presentation, and that will be Aaron Zavala and Patrick Carter.
Just 1 second while I get the presentation up. All right, go ahead, Darren.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council, Madam City Manager, staff, and public. Thank you for allowing Patrick and I to spend some time tonight to discuss our fleet overview and illustrate a course to decarbonization. This discussion has been a long time coming, but we are excited about our pathway ahead to reach our 2030 climate goals. Next slide, please. To guide the discussion tonight, we'll be talking with you through some brief recent history, how we have progressed, where we want to be, what challenges and opportunities lie ahead, and lastly, our next steps. Next slide, please. It is hard to believe that our last in-person workshop was over 15 months ago, but that is where we began. On March 7th, 2020, a series of infrastructure workshops took place at City Hall. In segment 3, we had an overview of fleet. We looked at where our fleet stood in comparison to the rest of our infrastructure. We had 234 vehicles with an average age of just over 10 years, which has since increased in the past year. Our challenges included a lack of vehicle replacement fund and professional management staff to oversee the fleet, including a comprehensive policy. Next slide, please. We also looked at opportunities that included looking at the possibility of leasing, which would allow us to be nimble by adapting to new technology as it became available, decreasing the age of our fleet and the upfront cost of a new vehicle. Additionally, we discussed an opportunity for increased oversight of our fleet management. Next slide, please. The feedback we received was that there is a desire to explore leasing to work on reducing our carbon footprint, begin to decrease the average age of our fleet, and be nimble as new technology became available, such as electric trucks and emergency service vehicles. After the workshop, staff engaged with Enterprise Fleet Management and brought forward a lease agreement item in June 2020 that was ultimately approved via council, along with a slate of vehicles to be replaced by the Public Works and Utilities Department. Since then, we've increased our amount of electric vehicles and are leasing the first model of a hybrid F-150 and Ford Explorer with the intention to replace them with fully electric models when they soon become available. This has allowed us to be nimble, to work on being carbon neutral as technology becomes available, such as these new electric models. In the coming year, Ford has announced that they will be releasing a F-150. It's going to be electric, so we're very excited about that. With that, I would like to introduce Patrick Carter, and he will dive into where we are today.
Thank you, Aaron, and good evening, Mayor and council members, members of the public, and staff. Aaron's done a great job talking about where we've been and where the fleet was a little over a year ago. Now we're going to jump into where we are now. This slide shows the fuel type by location of a facility where those vehicles are housed. And in light of the climate emergency, I think I won't be bearing the lead by saying that we want to get our fleet as clean as possible, as soon as possible. And we'll talk about the challenges and opportunities shortly in this presentation. But this slide shows that we have a lot of opportunities in our future to clean up that fleet. We have added 3 electric vehicles in the past few years, 3 plug-in hybrids and several hybrid vehicles. But as you can see from this slide, most of the vehicles in our fleet still are fossil fuel based without any sort of hybrid efficiency gain that comes along with being a hybrid vehicle. This slide talks about the age of our vehicles. As Aaron mentioned, our average age is rather old, and this kind of gives a sense of scale, again, by facility of what vintage our vehicles are, with the majority of them being from, or the highest percentage of them being from the 2000 decade, from 2000 to 2009, followed very closely by the 2010s, the teens, I guess, with vehicles, and then about 35 vehicles in the current decade that we're in. And again, most of these are work trucks, 2000 vintage from the corp yard. A lot of these, the biggest single number in here are those trucks. And we'll talk a little bit more about that shortly. Here we've tried to break it out a little bit more, and I apologize with all the tables. I'm a data nerd, and I enjoy data, and I like finding different ways of parsing out the details in here. But we flipped the axis on this. We have our facilities up on the x-axis, and we have the vehicle function on the y-axis going up and down there. And this is the purpose of this is to try and give the council and the public a sense of scale for where our opportunities are going forward. I personally view the employee transportation category as the biggest opportunity for immediate change. Electric vehicles for moving people around town exist currently in passenger vehicles, and they've proven reliable. There's a lot more coming on the market, so those are some of the easiest opportunities. The next of which comes down to these light duty utility vehicles, and to a certain extent some of these medium duty utility vehicles and the monitor, repair, haul vehicles, which I lump. There is some crossover, but I break them out separately because some of these medium duty utility vehicles have large equipment on them, like cranes and other repair equipment, that kind of makes it a little bit different from this other category where it's like vans, where we're testing water samples, for example, from the staff at Ellis Creek, or it's repair vehicles that are going out to a site to make repairs on the infrastructure. Unsurprisingly, we have police vehicles in the police department and nowhere else, and there's some opportunities on those coming up in the future, and we continue to look at those. The difficulty, kind of the ones that are going to be more difficult, are the specialized vehicles like the dump trucks, and these other categories like fire trucks, for example. There are some opportunities now, but they're very costly, and it's in the emergency circumstance, you don't necessarily want to be the one on the front line to test some of these functions out. So there's definitely a desire to do a lot of research to make sure that we're providing that emergency service in the safest way possible with the greatest public benefit. So moving on to our goals, I touched on this a little bit earlier, but we as staff looks to the future of our fleet. This is how we understand them from the council and from the public. We want to have a climate-ready fleet. We want to have, decarbonization in whatever form it comes from, whether it's electric vehicles from renewable sources, whether it's fuel cells from renewable sources, or renewable natural gas, for example, which we produce here at our Ellis Creek water recycling facility. We need our fleet to be resilient. We need them to be the vehicles to be emergency ready, equipped for the current needs and future needs. As climate change effects become less avoidable and more frequent, we need to make sure our equipment is ready there to provide emergency service for our community members. And an interesting emerging trend in vehicles is this idea of vehicle to grid, where if you have an electric vehicle or a vehicle that can produce electricity like a fuel cell, you may be able to provide energy to a building that otherwise has lost power to the grid. or be able to offset some of that peak demand when electricity is the most expensive. You may be able to plug your vehicle in and provide energy to the grid to offset some of those costs. So there's very interesting three-dimensional chess going on, trying to figure out the best approach to this going forward. Again, I consider those pretty interesting opportunities in the future. And then finally, making sure our vehicles are task appropriate, making sure that we have the right vehicles for the right tasks to provide our services to the community. And that includes e-bikes. It requires us to examine how we move around town and what we're doing, and are we doing this in the most efficient way. And what we've been doing currently and what I foresee happening in the future is continuing to be nimble with our procurement, not locking ourselves into long-term capital purchases of vehicles. If there's a use case that doesn't currently exist that is lower carbon intense, like an electric vehicle. So I foresee that happening in the future as well, and that capability is in place with the fleet management through enterprise that Aaron discussed earlier. Looking at our timelines for these challenges and opportunities, as I mentioned earlier, the passenger vehicles, those currently, there are many options out on the market now. So those are kind of like the tier one for replacement. Medium duty vehicles, like the pickups, Aaron mentioned the Ford F-150 Lightning. I believe that's going to be starting to be delivered from Ford in the spring of next year. Chevy and a lot of the other manufacturers have announced pickup trucks in the future that will be available in the next 1 to 3 years. So I expect that market to expand pretty rapidly. I believe I heard that the F-150 was announced just a few weeks ago, and they've already had over 100,000 pre-orders placed on that, reservations placed on that. So that's a pretty sizable chunk of vehicles there. I think that is indicative of the demand that's out there. The big question mark is those specialized vehicles, those dump trucks, those fire trucks, those very large F-550 vehicles out there, super heavy duty. And when the timeline will be for all those use cases for that, where you're towing around a lot of equipment consistently, and have a very large chassis on that in which that you need to move material around on. So we're definitely keeping an eye on that, but that one is kind of lesser known at this point. Another challenge is, the trade-off of fuel types. Obviously, the electric vehicles are going to be a lot cleaner. They take more time currently to charge than a gas vehicle. And so situations where that vehicle needs to be going constantly, if there's multiple shifts, like for example, in the police use case, if a vehicle is used by one officer and then traded off to the next team, there's very little time in some cases where those vehicles can be down to recharge. So making sure that we're going into this understanding what those trade-offs are. But I know that there's been other police departments that are really looking into this as well. So again, we'll be looking to the others that have kind of already forged this path and taking the lessons learned for that so that we can apply those here locally. A big challenge for us is we've installed a lot of chargers on the places that have existing capacity in the panel. You can only draw so much electricity from some of these panels. And as you may recall from previous presentations in the fiscal and organizational sustainability discussions, some of our facilities are quite old, 50s vintage, and the panels didn't envision having electric vehicles charging from them and the additional draw from that. So we're running into a position where the easy capacity has been taken up, and now it's going to cost more money to get those panels upgraded. We're looking to programs like the PG&E EV Ready program, where they have money available to do some of that behind the meter upgrades, like to the transformer and to the panel. So we're definitely keeping an eye on that and figuring out how we can work our fleet into that and other programs out there to reduce some of that burden, that cost of decarbonizing our fleet. And making sure, as plans for the future of our city change, making sure that where the vehicles is consistent with the future facility use, where their vehicles are being based out of. Are we going to continue having folks work there? I know there's a courtyard master plan going on, and there's all sorts of things to be thinking about where we house our vehicles and how we invest that infrastructure to decarbonize our fleet there. And then finally, looking over all this is our carbon neutral goal of 2030 set citywide, and just making sure, kind of like we discussed earlier, having the right vehicle and for the right task up there, and then making sure what level of redundancy is necessary, especially in the case of an emergency, whether there's any legacy infrastructure that is retained for that 1% use case where all the vehicles, it's the end of the day and all the electric vehicles have been running all day and they're all charging, and then disaster strikes. So making sure that we have the capability to still provide that emergency service at that time. And a big question is, with the first column, the EV availability column, will all the use cases be carbon free or have carbon free alternatives by 2030? That's an unknown at this time. We hope so, and we see the market moving in that direction, and with nationwide initiatives like the Biden administration talking about wanting to electrify the federal fleet, we think that will spur more use cases that will be applicable to other municipalities and states throughout the country, and hope that will make its way to us as well. So for the next steps, what staff is proposing to do in the very near future is determine the scope and complexity of a fleet policy in conjunction with the Climate Action Commission. We believe that the commissioners there have a wide experience base, and I think they can help us figure out what the ins and outs of a fleet policy should be. And then, as appropriate, bring it back to council to discuss implementation of that fleet policy. Once that policy is in place, making sure that our fleet management personnel are assigned to that, so we can make sure that we are all rowing in the same direction in all our departments citywide. And kind of concurrent with that is planning for future needs. That kind of goes with the use cases we were talking about earlier, and installing the necessary equipment and infrastructure, hopefully with grants and rebates as much as possible, to get that those charging equipment or hydrogen storage or what have you for our future fleet. And then as soon as possible, making our fossil fuel vehicles replaced by climate ready vehicles. So that concludes our presentation. Aaron and I are happy to answer any questions the council may have on this subject, but thank you for your attention tonight on this issue.
Thank you, and thank you for that presentation. And if you can stop sharing the screen, I could see everybody. So thank you, I appreciate that. I'm just going to mention a program that I sent to our city manager earlier. The Bay Area Air District has a hybrid and zero emission truck and bus voucher incentive program that has already had its first series of grants, but the remaining funds, which is up to $83 million, will be available on a first come, first served basis starting on August 10th. And it includes, Class 8 trucks, which I have to tell you, I have no idea what a Class 8 truck is, but I know it's not an F-150. Performing drayage operations as well as any vehicles purchased by a public government entity are exempt from the pause. So you could get in on that earlier. Did send this to our city manager, and it includes a survey that just lets you know whether or not we could be available for any of that funding, which would be terrific. So with that, I see Council Member McDonald has his hand up.
Thank you. I'm super excited about all this, and definitely like the idea of the leasing, fleet leasing, where the private sector can take advantage of tax credits, but the city can't to help reduce. That's almost a grant in itself. I'm working on this for another city, and even just the infrastructure for charging could be in the neighborhood of $100,000, and the grant's at 20% or something. So we're still talking about a lot for the city. And where I'm going is, what's the cost of our commitment here? I mean, and have we figured this out? I guess one way to look at it is, are we talking about fossil-free 2030? That's the first part of that question.
So through the mayor, I believe our goal is to decarbonize as much of the fleet as possible by 2030. So our goal would be the entire fleet and fossil free.
If we've been, the numbers you show us show we purchase about 10 vehicles a year through the teens, that period. Hopefully we didn't lose too many of them that are less than 10 years old. But we would have to jump that up to over 25 vehicles a year. And that's pretty ambitious. Have we worked any basic numbers into our 5-year budget that we're looking at later this evening?
So a vehicle replacement fund was added in the latest budget. I can't remember if it was 300,000 or 600,000. I believe it was 300,000. So yeah, I mean, that is definitely part of the calculation, and some of these larger vehicles have a larger price tag that goes along with them. I think what we would propose to do is, along with the fleet policy, is develop a roadmap for all of our vehicles, and what vehicles would be replaced with what, and how much that cost would be. We don't have that analysis right now, but that's going to be pretty key in making sure, like you said, knowing what that level of commitment is going to be.
Patrick, if I may add, Councilmember McDonald, like Patrick mentioned, we currently do not have all that analysis complete, like holistically, including both vehicles and charging. Right now, I know Patrick and I are involved, along with Gina, on and looking at RFQ proposals on electrification and resiliency for the entire city, looking at our grid. So potentially there we could find some numbers having to do with charging long term.
Well, it certainly makes sense that you can't wait to have all the budgeting in if you have a goal this aggressive. You need to be taking actions before you have final costs. But I do know that at a climate meeting the other night, there was discussion of the environmental impact of EV vehicles versus maintaining your older vehicle longer. The kind of excuse or pushback, and for the public, the answer is, you can buy an EV as your vehicle needs replacement, and it doesn't create that. But I think what the city's position is, we're not that, we're the ones with the commitment now to change in advance. And so what we're saying is we will be buying those vehicles without waiting for vehicle deterioration. I mean, we're only 8 years away from our goal, so that's very aggressive. And we need to do more aggressive than the public is doing. And that's leadership that's out there, and it's an expense that we're identifying to the public is important to make. Thanks for the presentation.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor Barnacle, followed by Councilmember King.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I enjoyed the presentation as well. It's great to see the strategy coming together. My comments are, we have a lot of things pre-2009, and I know the VW, I don't know how much more VW settlement funds are out there, but they're like exclusively available for things that are diesel vehicles that are pre-2009, and they oftentimes pay for the vehicle and the charger. So for like medium duty buses or things like that, if they're pre-2009, that can be a good source. I really appreciated the comment in there on the slide about the intersection of our facility strategy and our infrastructure strategy, and that we've got some old facilities, and if we're going to be putting all this money into infrastructure, we should probably make sure that we're going to be at the, that the use is going to be the same in our facilities. So I really appreciate that, both of you. And I think that in order for us to move forward intentionally, we need to have a comprehensive facility strategy. And then it kind of builds on what Councilmember McDonald was saying. It also builds on one of my pet projects right now is electric bikes. I have a suspicion that we could probably eliminate certain vehicles with electric bikes. And there's no insurance. Obviously, the maintenance is less, but I know for a fact I can get from City Hall to the courtyard faster on an e-bike than I can in a car. Probably twice as fast as if I was in a car. So maybe, it might be something, and they're, way cheaper too. So it might be something where we can do a test pilot or something this year and just test out different use cases with e-bikes and see, is this a viable strategy or a viable use case for someone who's maybe out at Ellis Creek and needing to get somewhere, maybe not Ellis Creek because you have Lakeville, but certainly Hopper Street to City Hall is a no-brainer. Save time and money. But I really appreciate the presentation and excited about it.
Councilmember King.
Thank you. I also wanted to compliment the presentation. I think it encapsulates the council's goal to electrify our fleet as soon as possible. We've got an aggressive goal, as Councilmember McDonald mentioned, and I think it's good to be aggressive. I'd rather have an aggressive goal that we fall a little bit short of than a meek goal that can be easily attained. So I appreciate everything that's in this report, and I think it does reflect what's been communicated from the council over the past many years, actually, but certainly the last few. One thing that I would add to the kind of the economics of this would be when it comes back forward to us, to the degree that there can be vehicle reduction and vehicle sharing to reduce the number potentially of the vehicles that are needed in the city. I know we're a growing city, so there's some trade-offs. It's not really a raw number, but to the degree that we can do that, we may be able to reduce the number of vehicles we need to purchase. And the other thing I was going to comment on is that from everything I read, and I read a fair amount on this subject for God only knows what reason, but I do, the market for electric vehicles is changing rapidly. And so what that means, hopefully, I would anticipate, is that the pricing on some of these will also change for the positive in the coming 3 to 4 or 5 years. So that's something for us to consider. It may not be as expensive to make the switch in 2024, 2025 timeframe than it is, say, today. So again, I commend the presentation. It was excellent, and that's the end of my comments. Thank you.
Councilmember Fisher.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm really glad to see that we have a data geek among us and putting this all together for us so we can actually see what it looks like. I want us to be cautious about the embodied energy that's in those vehicles now, and then we're not replacing them too quickly. And I know it's a real balancing act. in terms of when they become available. But I anticipate that closer to 2030 is when a lot of those vehicles will become available. And given the trajectory that the country is moving in the world. So just that awareness of what we have. And do we really need 12 dump trucks in this city? We're not that big. Anyway, I look forward to whatever the Climate Commission is going to do on this, and thank you.
Okay, well, I don't see any more hands up from the council members, so thank you very much for that update, and it's really great to see how much progress our city is making. It's phenomenal. That doesn't stop. Thank you both. So we're on to general public comment. And I will ask our clerk if she has received any general public comments.
We have, Madam Mayor, we've received 5 and they are all posted on Granicus.
Okay, so now I'm going to ask Patrick to switch to his moderator role, and I will open a general public comment, and we will see if there's anyone in attendance who would like to speak.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. At this time, I'm going to share my screen and start the 30-second timer. Members of the public wishing to speak, please raise your hand. At the end of that timer, we'll figure out how we divide that time. So here we go. General public comment is for items that are not on the agenda and within the City Council's subject matter jurisdiction. So please raise your hand in Zoom or press *9 if you're participating by phone. Attendees will be muted when their time expires or when their comments have concluded, whichever comes first. Speakers are encouraged to be respectful. Threats of violence and obscenity are ground for removal from the meeting. And if you're unable to get your comments in, please send your email to the city clerk at this address shown on the screen. We have 7 hands raised currently. So that is right at our cutoff for 3 minutes. So I'll reset the timer for 3 minutes. And our first speaker is Martin Kupferman, followed by Sheila Baker. Martin, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Thank you, council members and Patrick. I'm Martin Kupferman. I'm a member of the Climate Reality Project, the EV Squad in the North Bay. And I think all of our members were thrilled when you made permanent the ban on construction of new gas stations. It showed great leadership. I think, though, that there's a simple step that you can take to continue with that in that direction by affirming AB 1236, which is California law passed in 2015, which requires all California cities and counties to adopt a streamlined permitting process for constructing EV charge stations. And Petaluma, I can point out, is now the only jurisdiction in Sonoma and Marin counties that is not compliant with AB 1236. And I think it's kind of, I'm sure it's not the will of the municipality and of you, but there's a lot to do, and I'm sure you're very busy. But I do think that this is something that developers of charging stations look for in terms of citing their charging stations. And it's a simple process. The Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development is prepared to provide model ordinances and help in getting into compliance. And I think that basically there are 4 or 5 steps to get in compliance. They're fairly straightforward. And including going online and posting the EV checklist so that developers understand how these permits will be allocated. It also provides for an ease of application, which will be very helpful in getting Petaluma in compliance and in step with the other counties in the North Bay. And so I've been trying to raise this issue with a number of you. I might be familiar, but I think now is a good time to revisit this, and I respectfully urge the staff of the city to get in compliance with AB 1236. And I stand ready to help, as do all my colleagues, and as does the Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development. So thank you very much.
Thank you for those comments, Martin. Next speaker is Sheila Baker, followed by West Below. Sheila, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Hello, thank you. I just wanted to share briefly what my day was like today. I had happily decided to take Route 24 to my Kaiser X-ray journey, and X-ray of my wrist, and my broken wrist. And I was going to take Route 24 to and from Kaiser. I walked to the smart station or smart Route 24 stop and boarded the bus and used my Clipper card to try to clip in, and the system wouldn't take it. The bus driver would not allow me to ride because I didn't have cash on me. That Clipper card is used not only in Petaluma Transit but also Golden Gate Transit and the train. And I was a little bit surprised that see it if I didn't have the money, but I had $28.10 in my Clipper card. So it was the system's problem, Petaluma Transit system's problem, their Clipper card system. And so walking to and from Kaiser was quite the journey. And I'm needless to say, very sore and very exhausted, and hoping that it doesn't happen to too many other riders in the city, because really it's not a very welcoming feeling. And I think also my second complaint is, as always, why isn't there service above Petaluma Market and or 4th and C on up the hill on the west side? So there are a lot of neighborhoods here. There's a lot of housing, apartments, and hard working people that would really benefit from bus service here, and it's just not up here. Bus riding is supposed to be a very equitable thing to do, and I think we're supposed to see lots of people from different backgrounds, and it just isn't happening. So we need to really think that our transit is about people, and all the lovely electric buses in the world can't replace the fact that you really need to get people on it, and you need to treat people nicely, Petaluma Transit and Petaluma. So thank you so much. Thanks for allowing me to air myself. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments tonight, Sheila. Next speaker is West Below, followed by Blake Hooper. West, could you please identify your name for the record?
Yeah, my name is West Below, and I rise today to speak what needs to be said about Stephen Perez, a person who I've had many positive experiences with, who I consider a friend, and who is currently on the Petaluma Ad Hoc Committee, AHCAC, on race relations and policing in Petaluma. After reading a slanderous article printed in the Press Democrat about this man, I'm called here by my conscience to act and speak the truth. The claims that this man is a white supremacist are, at best, unfounded in reality. For making some crass jokes on his Twitter account 3 years ago, that is not enough to say that this man believes in the supremacy of the white race, nor is he in any position to benefit from white supremacy. Instead, this attack on my friend's character was likely orchestrated by the ideological group Indivisible Petaluma. Screenshots taken from Facebook and Instagram show that Indivisible Petaluma has been directly contacting reporters, both from the Press Democrat and elsewhere, in attempts to write hit pieces on those they dislike. They have also doxed and review bombed individuals that they decide to target. Overall, this case that Mr. Perez is a white supremacist is bogus and deserves to be thrown out. Once again, I do know this man personally. I know he is passionate about the issues and puts the people first, and not the parties or the special interests. Because of this, he is being slandered as a white supremacist by those who see him as a threat. The people of Petaluma will not stand for this. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Blake Hooper, followed by John Hanania. Blake, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Thank you very much, Patrick. Good evening. I wanted to just request that the city prioritize a water demand off-site policy for new development as soon as possible. I'm grateful to see that you intend to move to stage 3 water conservation today, but we are effectively in the second year of a drought that may last much longer than a year if the last 4-year drought is any benchmark. The county's Band-Aid will pass through to the unincorporated parts of our community, and it's not even guaranteed that it will hold if this drought should last longer than their current 1-year plan. We need to plan for a longer crisis, and I respectfully ask that we get policies in place now to prepare for that. That is why I asked the city to prioritize a water demand off-site policy for new developments now and to consider moving into higher stages of water conservation in the coming weeks so that we may be prepared for more difficult times ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Blake. Next speaker is John Hanania, followed by Ben Peters. John, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Good evening. I assume you can hear me?
Yes.
Okay, let's see. When God created mankind, gave them 2 ends. One to think with and one to speak with, and one to sit with and you know what else to do with. And I'm wondering how many of you are speaking with the wrong end. And if I were to say my opinion, I think all of you are speaking out with the wrong end. On May 10th, I made the request during the public comment on an item on the agenda, okay? I didn't get anything. On June 7th, I brought it to your attention. Peggy Flynn shaking her head. Eric Danley, which more appropriately named for him, Mr. Cover-Up, you know, gets in there and play total dummy. I don't know what he's talking about. Okay. Then Brian Barnacle, text messaging back and forth. On June 8th, he said he's going to have the staff send it. And after that, he doesn't respond to anything, which is his platform was, you know, he's going to work with the community and he's going to hold people accountable. Yeah, right. I heard that one before. I brought it to your attention on the 14th. Oh, on the 8th, on June 8th, I played the tape for Eric Danley and I left him a detailed message. On June 14th, he had the audacity to say he didn't understand it. But yet, everybody who was listening that I spoke to on May 10th, they understood it clearly. But again, Mr. Cover-Up, who gives a bad name to attorneys, is disgrace. I haven't seen my documents, which is he said last week, okay, on 14 that they're going to send it, okay? I don't believe that you have an estimate for $500,000 that you don't have a copy of full detail what work needs to be done. What is the delay? Dave King sits there and have the audacity to shoot his mouth off. Oh, we listen to the public. The public listen to us. Mike Healy have the audacity to be Mr. Smart Alec, okay, and say that, you know, for 2 years, Teresa's running the meeting fairly when I showed him where she didn't. And I told him where to go and find it, but yet nobody says anything. And you guys, I mean, what do you think of yourself? You need to change it from the Petaluma City Council to Monday Night Live. You might make money to pay for the cost for the city. Get your head out of you know what.
All right, next speaker is Ben Peters, followed by Susan Kirks. Ben, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Okay, tough act to follow. Yeah, I'd just like to remind everyone that on the city's website, so if anyone needs city documentation via official request, I would direct them there. I just want to make a comment about decarbonization of our fleets. So a couple points. The first is that the actual fuel economy is logarithmic, which for those of you data nerds out there, that means the heavy duty vehicles, which are the most polluting, are going to have the biggest improvement in emissions. So if you were to replace an old heavy duty vehicle with another fossil fuel vehicle, just that one vehicle, the emissions of that new, more efficient, but still fossil fuel powered heavy duty vehicle would wipe out any GHG benefits from probably reducing all of the police fleet from even hybrids over to electric. So just keep that in mind, and I'll be happy to send the presenters more information on that. But really, I need to stress this, that the heavy duty vehicles need to be the priority from a GHG perspective. The second point I want to make is to just encourage the city council to improve their policy regarding procurement of these vehicles. It seems there have been some leases of vehicles that were not approved via any formal method. There was no public input in those, I'll call them procurements. And it's a simple change to make, is that any fleet vehicle that is going to be replaced should be reviewed at the very least by the Climate Commission. And that policy is a little bit unclear at the moment, so we might want to agendize that so that we can move forward with our decarbonization goals. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ben. Next speaker is Susan Kirks, and that will be our last speaker. Susan, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Thank you. Good evening. Just to begin, I'd like to say that Mr. Hanania did request budget information about planned police department renovations on an emergency basis some time ago. I was present at the meeting, and I clearly understood what his request was, and I wanted to lend support to that. To another topic, the Paula Lane open space property is an 11.22 acre land comprised of sensitive habitat for multiple wildlife species, with the special status American badger the primary protected species. On June 16th and 17th, extensive bulldozing and grading were done by a City of Petaluma contractor in the conserved habitat. The equivalent of a roadway was graded, crushed base rock was compacted into the habitat. This caused serious damage to the open space property, and biologist Kim Phipps, expert mammal biologist, determined the city's damaging actions meet 3 of 5 criteria under CEQA to rise to significant impacts. Intact land at this preserve is vital to badgers. It is a natal territory where an adult female badger lives. We are in the midst of dispersal season for juvenile badgers, requiring even a higher level of sensitivity. The conservation easement held by the Open Space District over this land has been seriously violated. According to language in the deed and agreement, the priority of preservation and protection of natural resources shall take precedence over preservation and protection of open space resources, which shall take precedence over recreation and educational uses, which shall take precedence over agricultural uses. The city's actions also violate the city's own adopted climate action framework. I encourage members of the public to go by Paula Lane at Sunset Drive and observe what has occurred. The actions need to be reversed and the habitat restored.
Are you done, Susan?
I am done.
Okay, thank you for your comments. That is the last speaker, Madam Mayor, so I will turn it back to you.
Thank you very much. And with that, we're going to close public comment, and I'd like to bring it back to staff to make any responses. I see Heather Hines' hand is up, and then our city attorney.
Good evening, Mayor, Council members. I just wanted to respond to the first commenter about the EV charging streamlining. That is something that is agendized. We are working on that package to come before the council. I believe it's scheduled for the first meeting in July, if I'm not mistaken. So that will be coming shortly.
Thank you. And city attorney?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to respond to Mr. Hanania's comments. We did need clarification of his request, and I apologize, but we couldn't tell what he was after, and I looked carefully at the video feeds from his comments, but we did get that clarification. We have the responsive records, and we'll be providing those shortly. So thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. And I want to call on Patrick Carter. Yes, okay, thank you. I thought I saw that hand up.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. To respond to the comments by Ms. Kirks about the Paul Lane property, the occurrence that's happening there is there's a perimeter trail that's being installed at that property. The trail was subject to a notice of exemption filed by the city in February on that property. So the claim that this was being done in a violation of CEQA, I don't believe has merit. And the city attorney may wish to weigh in on that as well. But under the terms of the conservation easement, site alteration of less than 50 cubic yards of material is considered a minor project and not even subject approval by the district. It's subject to notification. Staff has been in touch with the district to make sure that they understand what's been proposed at that property, and they've had opportunity to comment on that. So we're in alignment with the open space district on this project. Furthermore, any site alteration, including the installation of an agricultural hedgerow at the site, was pre-construction surveyed by a biologist team to make sure that we were not impacting any sensitive species on that site. That was done for the agricultural area. That was done for the trail construction as well. And the biologist determined that there was not an impact to especially the badgers, but also other sensitive species at that time. So I just would like to put that information into the record to provide the city's perspective on this matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. And with that, we will now move on to council comment, and we'll start with Council Member McDonald.
Thank you. Sorry about the delay there. While the council meets 4 times a month, the PBAC only meets 1 time a month, so I have no update from PBAC. But the Continuum of Care, the county's homelessness board, did meet last week, and our first session of the strategic planning subcommittee. So the need to put our resources forth in a strategic way in regards to homelessness it has really got the attention countywide of both the providers and cities involved in that group, the Continuum of Care. We also meet again day after tomorrow, and it's regarding the millions of dollars that are coming into the county from the COVID ESG funding. So many of these things have quick turnarounds and quick deadlines, and if you don't have a good strategic plan in place for how you're going to spend it, and I appreciate the item later on the agenda about homelessness in Petaluma, but if you don't have a plan in place, you find you can't avail yourselves of the opportunities for funding when they do come along. So it's good that there's so many meetings of this group right now getting their minds together. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And with that, we'll go to Councilmember Healy.
Nothing tonight, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember King.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have no liaison reports since last Monday. I do just want to follow up on Heather Hines' comment, just to give Mr. Kupperman the date of the meeting, which I think is July 12th, our first meeting, so that there's no confusion about that. And I'm not seeing Jared Hall on the list of participants tonight. I don't think there's anything transit related on the agenda, but I will relay the communication from Sheila Baker to him as our representative of the Transit Advisory Committee. Thank you.
And thank you for that. Vice Mayor Barnacle.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a couple of updates. Parks and Rec Commission met last week, and we discussed the council goals and priorities and the work plan items. We were supposed to come up with 5. We came up with 6. They were creating a parks master plan, prioritizing the skate park, the fairgrounds master plan, the trestle, inclusive programming, and then safe multimodal paths to get to and from the parks and throughout the parks. Outside of my council appointments, I had a meeting with the Sonoma County Tenants Union to talk about some of the issues that they're hearing about from renters in the community. And when I say the community, I say Petaluma, but also around the county, and some of the risks that they're feeling coming out of COVID with tenants. And I certainly found it to be an enlightening presentation, and I think it might be good to have the people who gave the presentation do a presentation to council at some point. I think it's good information for all of us to have. And so if there's other council members who feel that way, I certainly would support having them do a presentation. And then on a fun note, I had an opportunity to go up to the Advanced Energy Center about a week and a half ago on a Friday, and I highly recommend everybody go. It has all kinds of cool all-electric appliances. They've got a dishwasher that can wash dishes. They've got cooking demos and water heaters and miniature electric vehicles. And I will say that our planning commissioner, Amy Ryder, did a pop a wheelie and crashed the miniature electric vehicle. So adults can ride them, but be warned. They have areas for your children. They can get you quotes from contractors right there while you're in the store. And importantly, the thing I want to point out is almost all of the appliances that are available through there are free for income qualified residents. They still have to pay for the installation, but for anyone who's a landlord out there and renting to someone who's on the CARE program, if you have any, maintenance of water heater or anything like that, you can get a free appliance. So I think it'd be good for us to think about how we can get the word out on that. Maybe make sure that Rebuilding Together knows about it, that sort of thing, because there's some screaming deals that are coming, not just from Sonoma Clean Power, but elsewhere. But definitely everybody should go up and check out the Advanced Energy Center. There's lots of fun stuff for everybody.
Thank you. Councilmember Fisher.
Thank you. I don't have any liaison reports from last week. Haven't had a meeting since last Monday night. And but I have been working on the Cool City Challenge and moving that forward, and just want to wish everyone a happy solstice. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councilmember Posake.
Yeah, just very little to add, but the Climate Commission has an ad hoc committee at this point working with Delinda on the Cool Cities Challenge on a weekly basis or more. I also met with the Sonoma County Tenants Union recently, and I think they make a good case for the need for some additional tenant protections for us to consider when we do our priority setting. Thank you.
Thank you. And I had only one liaison meeting in the last week, and that was with the Bay Area Air Quality Management Climate Impacts and Stationary Sources Committee. And really the concern there is the lag time between making rules and adopting rules and getting them implemented. And so there was a discussion about how to, make that a shorter process. And part of the problem, of course, is that there needs to be a lot of public input, which everybody staff has to take into consideration. So we're trying to work on figuring out how to maximize public input while also speeding up the process, because sometimes it's been 4 or 5 years between implementation, which means no greenhouse gases are being gotten rid of. So that was a very interesting meeting there. But that conversation actually put me in mind of the fact that I have been watching a lot of our commission and committee meetings just to keep myself up with everything that's going on that then comes to us. And I really have to say that I have tremendous respect for our committee and commission members and also staff. In particular, I'm thinking of the VMT discussion that I listened to at the Planning Commission. And I was so impressed with the quality of the questions on the part of the council, of the commissioners, and also staff's clear and complete responses to questions and talking about how they see things going forward, which I'm sure we may hear more of tonight. But I just want to say, people don't always see how much work staff is doing, especially if you're only hooking into the city council meetings. But there's a lot of work being done in the city. So thank you very much. And with that, I'll pass it over to our city manager for her comments.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the recognition of staff and on our committees and commission as staff liaisons to those bodies. It does take a lot of work. To Councilmember King, I have already relayed Ms. Baker's experience to our transit manager, and we will be circling back. And thank you, Ms. Baker, for your comments tonight. And I wanted to remind the community that we have our second workshop of our goals and priorities next Monday at 6 p.m. And this will be the meeting where we prioritize our work plan items. Once we are complete with that workshop, we will be sending out a survey to the community to get feedback before we bring our last and final plan to council for adoption. Thank you, and those are my comments for tonight.
Okay, thank you very much. So now we move on. There are no minutes to be approved, and so we will go for approval of the proposed agendas for the meeting that the city manager just referenced on June 28th, our goals and priorities, and July 12th. Is there a motion? I see Council Member Fisher.
Yeah, I'd like to move approval of the agendas, please.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Approval by Fisher, second by Posake. Can we have a roll call vote?
Barrett,
Yes.
Barnacle,
Yes.
Fisher,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
and Posake.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And with that, now we're on to the consent calendar. And I've had a request to remove item 3I, the adoption second reading of the fiscal year 2021-22 city appropriations ordinance from the consent calendar. Is there anyone else on the council who would like to remove anything from the consent calendar? Seeing no hands go up, is there any public comment received by the city clerk on the consent calendar?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we've received 4 comments total.
Okay, thank you. And I will ask our moderator to assist with opening public comment and seeing if there's any items specifically on the consent calendar, items A through H and J through L.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Members of the public wishing to speak on those specific consent calendar items, please raise your hand in Zoom and you'll be called on in turn. I see no hands raised, Madam Mayor, so I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you. With that, I'll close public comment on the consent calendar except for item 3I, and ask if there's a motion. And I see Councilmember Fisher's hand up, followed by Councilmember McDonald.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to approve consent calendar items number A through H and J through L, please.
And Councilmember McDonald?
That's a second to that.
Okay, so there's a motion and a second, and can we have a roll call vote?
Barrett,
Yes.
Barnacle,
Yes.
Fisher,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
and Posake.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so thank you with that. And now we'll move on to item 3I, which is the fiscal year city appropriation ordinances. And Vice Mayor Barnacle asked to pull that out. So can you please ask your questions?
Yeah, I don't have questions on this. I just wanted to call attention to something because it's burning on my mind. I've heard a lot of, I look at the budget as a zero-sum game because we have limited time and we have limited resources. And when that happens, it's a zero-sum game. Every time we're focusing on something, we're choosing to not focus on something. And one of the things that between the last budget reading, for the first reading, and now 3 children were hit. It gets to me because the budget that we have allocated to traffic calming is $211,000. And it just doesn't feel like all of what we talked about in our, well, the Parks and Rec Commission, the Climate Commission, and I'm sure the Feedback Commission, all of them talk about active transportation and safe multimodal ways to get around the city as priorities. We talk about it. And when I look at our budget, I don't see it reflected there. And I just wanted to call this out because I feel like we're not aligning our spending with what we say our priorities are. And I'm not going to make a motion to change anything tonight, but I feel like we should, we didn't do right by the people of Petaluma and by what we say our priorities are with this budget. So with that, I'll make a motion to move this.
Okay, we have a motion to move, and Councilmember McDonald?
And that's a second.
Okay, so thank you. And can we have a roll call vote on item, well, actually, let me open public comment and see if there's anybody who wanted to speak on item 3I. And I'm not seeing any hands go up. So we will bring it back to the council. And I see Councilmember Posake has his hand up.
I just wanted to express support for the Vice Mayor's comment.
Okay, thank you. So with that, we will have a closed public comment on this item, and we will ask for a roll call vote.
Barrett,
Yes.
Barnacle,
Yes.
Fisher,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
Posake.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I see that our staff member, Gina Benedetti-Petnick, has raised her hand. So I will ask her if she'd like to speak on this.
Thank you, Mayor Barrett. I just wanted to respond to Vice Mayor Barnacle's comment about the amount of money dedicated in CIP to active transportation. And while there may only be one CIP project that has those words in the name of the project, we have several projects that have active transportation and bike and ped safety woven into the fabric of the projects. And I'd be happy to address that specifically I won't go into the numbers right now, but the Petaluma Boulevard South Road Diet, the pavement restoration fiscal year 2020, 21-22, the pavement restoration reconstruction citywide, the intersection sidewalk curb returns and ADA improvement citywide, traffic signal timing upgrade and improvement citywide, local road safety plan, the traffic calming and bike boulevards, the D Street improvement project, the bike ped master plan and wayfinding, and the East Washington sidewalk frontage and improvements. All of these projects have significant investment and design opportunities that are specifically focused on active transportation and bike and ped safely that we take very, very seriously. And we are listening to the concerns and the comments from council and from the public on these items. And I feel that we're responding in a robust way. Thank you.
Okay, so we had the vote, and thank you very much for that. And now we're going to move on to new business. So our first item under new business is item 4A, and this is the first reading introduction of an ordinance amending chapter 1.18 of the Petaluma Municipal Code to establish settlement authority for the city's workers' compensation program and delegate authority for determining industrial disability to the city manager. And that will be Risk Manager Erica Leahy. Yes. Human Resources, sorry. Yeah.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council, staff, and community members. I am Erica Leahy, the Risk Manager for the city. Tonight, I am presenting recommended amendments to Chapter 1.18 of the Petaluma Municipal Code. These changes are twofold. One, they will establish authority for the city's workers' compensation program, and two, they will delegate authority for determining industrial disability to the city manager. For the first part, settlement authority related to the workers' compensation claims has not been previously established. This settlement framework codifies the practice that we've already been using for some time, which is bringing claims greater than $50,000 to the council for review and approval if warranted. And anything below that is approved by the city manager or her designee. And if a settlement is below $10,000, the human resources director or I can approve those. The second change is delegating authority to make determinations for disability on behalf of Petaluma to the city manager. CalPERS requires that a determination is based on a competent medical opinion and that the determination is not being used as a substitute for the disciplinary process. The city council may delegate authority under Government Code Section 21173 to make such determinations to the incumbent of the position of the city manager. Historically, the city has had a resolution, which is resolution number 6460 in place, which granted the city manager this authority. However, that resolution has been in place since 1973, and the code section referenced in that resolution no longer exists. So therefore, making this change and codifying it will clean up any potential issues with the current authorities. And now I'm happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you. I am not seeing any hands up from the city council members. So I will go to public comment, and I will ask our city deputy city clerk if there have been any emails on this issue or any correspondence on this issue. No.
We have not received any, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. So I will ask our moderator to help me with the public who is in attendance and open public comment.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Members of the public wishing to speak on this item, please raise your hand in Zoom and you will be called on in turn. I am looking through the list and I see no hands raised, Madam Mayor.
Okay, with that, we will close public comment and bring it back to the city council. And I see Council Member King.
I'll move the item, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. And Council Member Fisher.
Well, second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Barrett?
Yes.
Barnacle?
Yes.
Fisher?
Yes.
Healy?
Yes.
King?
Yes.
McDonald?
Yes.
And Posake?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thanks everybody for that. And we'll move on to new business item 4B, resolution approving the funding and professional services agreement between the city and committee on the shelterless for street outreach, meals and housing services, and the downtown streets team for outreach, employment training services, and mobile shower program, and authorizing the city manager to execute contracts for homeless services with Committee on the Shelterless and the Downtown Streets team. And our housing manager, Karen Shimizu, will make this presentation.
Great. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Let me go ahead and share my screen. And we'll put it in presentation mode this time. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to bring this item forward this evening. A little bit of the overview of what we're going to be visiting tonight. There was a very comprehensive staff report that was distributed with a lot of great data in it. So I'm going to briefly be touching on our community homeless services background in the community, our city programs and services, taking a look at them from a lens of managing versus ending and what that continuum looks like, local and regional collaborations, our proposed and current programs with highlights of what we're bringing before you, and also programs that are currently in place, our leveraging of funding and building collaborations. And then at the end of the presentation, we will have representatives from COTS and Downtown Streets team available to address your specific programs and questions and comments. So let's get started with a little bit of the overview. So the community homeless services, on an annual basis, the Sonoma County does a point in time count. In 2020, our annual count was 2,745. We saw a slight decrease from 2019. The 2020 report reflects we have 295 people in Petaluma that are experiencing homelessness. It is an increase over previous years. The primary concern we have is that this does not reflect the current impacts that COVID's had on our community. But early observations by HUD are indicating that the pandemic will increase existing inequalities in health and housing systems across the nation. Keeping in mind, there really is no one way to serve our community, and there are many variables and approaches depending on individual situations. But understanding homelessness and best practices, we kind of talk about them in three different areas. So we have temporary, which community members that are temporarily homeless, the largest category of our community, but tend to be less visible and have lower needs. So their homelessness is usually short-term, and solutions to that include rapid rehousing and short-term assistance as best practices. We have episodic homeless, which are community members that have moderate needs, and they tend to enter and exit multiple times. So while they might find housing, they're precariously housed. Solutions to that are rapid rehousing, and usually linked with longer term support services to prevent them from going in and out of housing situations. And then we also have our chronically homeless. These are our community members that have been homeless for 1 year or longer. They usually have physical and mental health issues. They have a high level of need, and solutions for best practices include permanent supportive housing with intensive ongoing case management. This represents about 19% of our homeless community falls into this category, or more specifically, 56 Petaluma community members on a given night. All of these tie into basic housing first approach, which is best practices. So again, there's no one solution for any client, and there's many approaches. This next slide that I want to highlight is thinking about how we're providing services within our community. So managing the situation versus ending homelessness. We really have a continuum of programs. Again, there's no one main door, but if you take a look at this, you see we have COTS and DST that's doing quite a bit of work in, that first initial interaction with clients, that first connectivity, and moving forward to, more of the interim and then longer term ending homeless programs, or ending homelessness, I'm sorry. I did want to highlight in our existing city programs that, COTS and DST is really housing focused. And you'll have to excuse me, I put the CAHOOTS in there, but actually that's the crisis intervention SAFE program that the city now has. These are all ways that and approaches that we're interacting with our homeless community members in order to help them get to ending homelessness and connected with longer term solutions. The programs that are listed in purple are current, existing, or proposed this evening programs. And then down below, there's other approaches that staff is aware of that we haven't implemented. So safe parking without services, sanctioned encampments, pallet home villages, day centers, safe parking. And then we do currently have a Share Sonoma County program that's funded by or operated by Petaluma People Services, and they provide shared housing matches. Let's take a look at our local and regional collaborations. There's a lot of work to be done, and it's important to recognize that we're working with our community members in collaboration because there's a lot more work that we need to get accomplished. So the city currently has a homelessness weekly meetings. Those include our community service organizations, as well as Parks and Rec, Petaluma Police Department, City Manager's Office, housing staff. And what we're looking for is working together to address priority areas of concern. They've implemented a by name list, which when they go to an encampment or a large campsite area, they take in the information on the clients and they work as a team as to what's the best way and what's the plan that we can all work together to help bring forward, housing solutions to our clients and community members. There's a continuum of care, which is a countywide collaboration. It's focused on services that are funded with federal and state resources. There's council and staff participation in that. They're really currently right now working on kind of restructuring the committee and taking a deeper dive and looking at the coordinated entry system, focusing on process, data management, and collaboration. This is also a body where the city was recently awarded HEAP funding that supports our homeless service programs. The city team is working with the Measure O collaboration. It's a regional approach. The conversations have been focused around the crisis intervention program, the SAFE teams, or in different jurisdictions as they're referring to it as the CAHOOTS program. They're identifying gaps in services and how we can best work together to provide seamless services to our community. And lastly, there's the American Rescue Funds Act and the strategy. The city will be receiving a formula grant of amount of about $8.3 million. And staff is currently looking at the possible uses for that funding with a focus on various aspects of COVID-19 response. They're still analyzing the regulations, but it's likely staff will be back before you recommending a portion of those funds be used by the city to establish interim temporary housing solutions. This next slide really gets into taking a look at why we're here in front of you this evening. And this is our proposed and current programs. I thought it was important. I'm going to talk a little bit more in detail about our proposed programs, but I think it's also important to demonstrate and reflect that the programs the city currently has funded. So I want to thank the council and the community for making an investment in our existing programs. And again, thank you for considering the funding in front of you. In thinking about this, I think it's also important that as we're working through that we have a continuum of services. So those short-term solutions, interim solutions, and the longer-term solution. That way we're ensuring that we're serving the community at all different stages and meeting the community where they are. So let's dig in a little bit deeper, specifically to the proposals before you tonight. So COTS, Committee on the Shelter, staff is proposing $300,000 in funding. That is to support 4 different program operation areas. There is $150,000 of that is for the Mary Isaac Center. It provides 80 emergency shelter beds, 12 of which are dedicated to the city of Petaluma. The program goal is for shelter residents to secure housing. So it provides shelter for our residents and case management services that link them with enriched programs and move them towards finding long-term housing solutions. The next program is the COTS refers to it as Mary's Table. That serves over 41,000 meals to our unsheltered and vulnerable community a year. While we talk a lot about housing and healthcare and how critical they are to supporting our unsheltered members of our community, food and nutrition are equally as important. The city funding for the Mary's Meals program is leveraged with other outside resources, funding from the county, private foundations, Redwood Empire Food Bank, and in-kind donations. The next segment is to continue to support our street outreach specialist, meeting community members where they are and establishing trust. This last year, they served over 300 people. Again, there's no one door for connecting with our community members and getting them interested in finding longer-term solutions to end their homelessness. The street outreach specialist position has been modified. It works to build trust with community members with the overall goal of working towards housing and shelter solutions that fits that individual needs. The other aspect of this is it has a strong health focus. It gets people connected with meals, legal advocacy, and medical care, and substance abuse treatment connection. This position works directly in collaboration with the Petaluma Police Department to ensure safe and trauma-informed engagement. If city funding is not awarded this evening, it might translate into a reduction in key outreach program staffing. The last portion of the COTS funding is their Integrity House program. This is a program I think this is the first time I've really talked about it with council, and I'm excited to bring it forward. But this is housing for 70 adults and children throughout our community. The program provides permanent housing, and it also offers shared housing to individuals and families by master leasing. The key to this is that the program provides housing opportunities for community members that would otherwise not be able to secure housing on their own. So because COTS holds the master lease and oversees it, they have the ability to work with clients in a different way to get them started in that path to secure housing. There's 2 different programs there. There's pathway housing for residents to commit to sobriety, and there's harm reduction housing, which provides behavioral-based models that allows residents that are addressing substance abuse issues. So the total of those programs with COTS is $300,000. Our next program area or organization is the Downtown Streets team. We actually have 2 program areas there that we're bringing forward to you. We have an existing program, a street outreach and employment-based training program. This is a program that we started up last year around June. It's really been making some great momentum. It works very closely with all of our community partners, but it also enrolls clients and team members and provides a volunteer work experience program and workforce development services. So team members participate in job search classes and personalized job search support, including employment development, internship placements, and mentorship opportunities. It's really working with clients, meeting them where they are, and getting them thinking about how to become independent and start become a part of our active workforce again. This program also serves the community, and that it they have cleanup teams that go out, and they provided over 12,500 total hours of cleanup work over this last year. The key is this, and I think the Downtown Streets team staff can talk to this specifically a little bit more, but the program data reflects that 75% of our team members report improved health outcomes and report improved self-esteem and feelings of self-worth. Those are all key to getting our community members back on their feet. The next program we have is our mobile shower program. This is a new program for the community. The mobile shower will dramatically improve access to hygiene care for people experiencing homelessness. Currently, less than 5% of Petaluma's 296 unsheltered homeless people have regular access to showers. That statistic is staggering. I just really want to highlight that again, that only 5% of our unsheltered community members have access to showers. There is currently one shower opportunity, and that's located at the Mary Isaac Center, but it does not have the capacity. And the mobile shower will be able to meet clients where they are. So it will be able to go to different sites across the city. Part of that model is that they will have team members that will be able to work as part of the program within job training and be a part of the success of that program. They will have support and they will be compensated for their time in helping with those program operations. So we have a subtotal of programs in front of you of $850,000. But again, I want to highlight and I want to thank you for your current investment and ongoing investment in our rental assistance and fair housing program, the COVID rental assistance program, our veterans housing, and our crisis intervention and safe program. That's a total of almost $1,500. So, or 1.5 million. I'm tired tonight, I'm sorry. So that's kind of that's a snapshot that was also in the staff report, but I really think it's important to thank you and to reflect our current investment. With that being said, this next area, I want to talk about, we talked about collaborations, but leveraging funding and collaborations, I think, is key. As one of those areas, what we've done is we have contracted with a homeless services consultant. His name is Andrew Henning. I'm going to provide an introduction, and then I'm going to click out of the share screen mode so he will be able to talk a little bit more about his ideas and thoughts around that comprehensive multiple year homeless services plan. So Andrew has spent the last decade working to end homelessness in the San Francisco Bay Area on homelessness and affordable housing strategic initiatives. He holds an MBA from UC Berkeley with nearly 20 years of social sector leadership experience. Over the last 10 years specifically, he's had the opportunity to both coordinate directly, provide frontline outreach in some of the region's largest homeless encampments in communities including San Jose, Milpitas, Gilroy, Sunnyvale, Palo Alto, and San Rafael. He has been focused on direct involvement with program design and evaluation and implementation. In 2009, Andrew started Andrew Henning Consulting, and the city of Petaluma will be very fortunate to be welcoming him to our team and having him work with us as we take those next steps. So with that, I'm going to stop sharing my team and introduce you to Andrew. Andrew.
Thank you, Karen. Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members, staff, and the community. It's wonderful to be with you this evening. I'm really excited to be officially joining the team here in Petaluma and beginning to work in Sonoma County. Karen gave you an overview of my background. As she said, next week actually starts the 12th year that I've been engaged in this work. And sadly, just to say it, I never expected to be working on homelessness this long. I think it goes without saying that, unfortunately, the crisis around homelessness in our region and state and across the country in some ways is getting worse as the fallout of, as Karen said earlier, from COVID and other systemic factors are making things more challenging. But again, I'm really excited to be here with you. And while I've been the last 8 years primarily focused in Marin County, I do know a few people up here in Sonoma, but for the most part, I am a blank slate. So a big part of what I've proposed and what I'm looking forward to working on with staff is really bringing together a lot of different perspectives and opinions and data and all of that around our strategy for ending homelessness in Petaluma. That includes obviously connecting with the council, with staff. I'd love to get the lived experience perspective from people currently experiencing homelessness in Petaluma, meeting with service providers, the business community. I think having that rounded perspective is really key, not only to understanding fully what's going on, but then to also building support and buy-in for the strategy itself. So that's a very key part of my process. The other thing I would say, just generally a couple things, just so you know about me and where my heart is on this. I am a big believer in the by name list. I think the by name list is a transformational tool for many communities. If you've heard of a group called Community Solutions or the Built for Zero campaign, that's a national movement to end chronic and veteran homelessness using the by name list strategy. And that's something that having been involved with the Built for Zero campaign in the past, have learned a lot about and have helped implement in different communities, including communities in Marin County. So very excited to bring that here. And within that, I am particularly passionate about chronic homelessness. So as Karen said, those are folks that have been on the street for a year or longer. And sadly, in many cases, people that are experiencing chronic homelessness have been homeless for 5, 10. We've even worked with people, housed people that were homeless for 25, 30, even 40 years, which to me is just a complete tragedy. And so that really informs a lot of the work that I'm passionate about. And I think a big part of that is understanding that for someone to have been homeless for that long, there are typically multiple systems that have broken down for that person. So I really believe strongly in a systems perspective and understanding all the different players and services and agencies that a person might be interacting with through their experience of homelessness, and then understanding how we can improve those systems. Because I think if you can improve those systems for the most vulnerable person, then you actually improve them for everybody, whether that's data sharing or changing the way outreach is done or all kinds of strategic interventions. As I mentioned earlier, from that systems perspective, I think it's very important to focus on collective impact. So really bringing all those different partners to the table to implement a strategy and change. And within that, I think it's very important, and I know that there's been talk about this in Petaluma, of really the regional approach within Sonoma County. So working with other cities and towns, working with the county itself, philanthropic partners. I think it's very key that cities don't necessarily go it alone, that they're doing it in partnership with others. And so from everything I can tell, Petaluma has been a leader on that. So I'm really excited to hopefully help with that work. And then the last thing I would just say is that, across all the different systems change efforts, it really always comes back to housing. How do we shorten the period of time that it takes people to get back into housing? And I could talk about this all night and things that I've done or things that I'm excited about doing, hopefully with you around this. But I do want to just call out one thing, which is that we're in a bit of an unprecedented moment with the amount of state investment that's now coming down the line for housing. So Project Homekey, for example, we knew earlier this year that Homekey, there might be a Homekey 2, and now it's sounding like there could be $3-4 billion dedicated to Homekey over the next 2 years. So I think it's imperative that communities prepare for that, identify options for projects, and I think there's a lot of cool, innovative work that can be done there. So with that, I'll pause and just say again, I'm extremely humbled and honored to be working with your team, and I'm excited to get to know you all better. So thank you.
Great. Thank you, Andrew. We are definitely looking forward to working with you and having you work with not only our city team, but the entire community. I think with that concludes our presentation tonight. I think just thinking about our city strategy and how that ties to regional systems is going to be key moving our work forward. And also to answer your questions, we do have Jules Pelican, the program director of COTS. We have Chuck Fernandez, the CEO of COTS, available tonight. And we also have Karen Strolia, the North Bay director of our Downtown Streets team, as well as our program manager, Tatiana, Lintaud, I believe is how her last name is pronounced. And we may even have a few of our Downtown Streets team members be able to address some of your questions. So with that, Madam Mayor, I will turn the meeting back over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that very thorough presentation, and I will see if anybody on the council has a question. I see Councilmember Fisher has her hands up.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want you to know that this is an awesome team, and I'm gonna cry right at the moment. It's just amazing work that we're starting to do, and great to have you all on board doing it with us. I had a question actually about the PPSC share program, which was mentioned in the staff report that I don't know anything about. I don't know if somebody could address that. And then I want to talk about city-sanctioned encampments and what that might look like, and put in a plug for Miguel Elliott, who is doing a Cobb earthen structure encampment in Oakland, and has offered to do that here in his hometown. And so would like to have a discussion about that and what it might look like. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Barnacle, followed by, whoops, I just missed that. I think it's Posake. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll second. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll second Councilmember Fisher's comments about an approved encampment. I'd like to understand more about what that might look like in parallel with our existing services. I also echo Councilmember Fisher's comments that y'all are doing great work out there, and really appreciate it. And then one of the things that was in the staff report, I asked the question around the mobile shower program, and that it's going to be owned by Downtown Streets team. And what are can someone unpack the rationale for that, and just how we make sure that you know, I'm fine buying it if it makes sense. I just want to make sure also that if it's being, you know, then rented over to another facility, that we're either reclaiming some of the value, or that if there's a, you know, an evacuation or something, that it's not unavailable to us after we've put the money into it and have been, you know, paying for it.
Okay, I think I will get all the questions together, and then Karen can help me with who will be responding to what. Okay,
Okay.
Is that all right? Okay, thank you. And that doesn't mean you can't come back for another question. Councilmember McDonald and Councilmember Posake, did you yes want to speak? You're on mute.
I do want to speak, but I thought Councilmember McDonald was ahead of me. I thought.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's what I thought you meant. Okay, so we'll go with Councilmember McDonald, followed by Councilmember Posake and Councilmember Healy.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's a very exciting moment. I'm sure glad to have the team put together as it's put together. I mean, every city in Sonoma County is talking about this. Every city has a crisis, and they all think that their crisis is worse than the other until they visit with the other and realize we share so many of the same structural and human problems. And I'm glad we're pulling this together. I mean, North County has put together a strategic plan to address things because they feel that there are regional separateness, and South County is trying to do something similar. But really, we all need to be on the same page, and that's why the by names list and other things are regional, not city proprietary information. I mean, it's much the same as the HMIS list and the dashboards that they put out. We should be familiar with all of these things coming in front of us. And I was glad to hear Andrew mention the Built for Zero program, and Kaiser's rolling that out. They're underwriting it and helping with funding that and getting that going. But so much of the conversation is about functional zero. You know, that homelessness should be a one-time, short-lived experience, and not those other things. Yet currently, our homeless situation is chronic homelessness is over 50% of the unsheltered. That means that more than 50% of the people have been out there on the streets more than a year. And HUD is throwing tons of money into it. We just looked at all the programs, and some of that money comes to COTS. For I think they have 20 people in the HUD program for chronic homelessness. But there's just so much challenge. Driving occupancy of shelters to a high percentage rather than an underutilized percentage. staying in touch with people, and that every effort we make has to be part of a path to housing. I mean, providing food is a good thing, but it is not a complete thing. It has to be with someone who's driving you towards housing, solving all those impediments, or we continue to have homelessness forever. So I appreciate staff's focus there on solving for homelessness, ending homelessness. And we were so fortunate to have Ian DeYoung speak at our last Mayors and Councils Association meeting a week or two ago. And now we have the video of that presentation we can share for those who weren't at that. But he's nationally renowned and held up examples of cities that have solved. And there are very few who have solved. So I think Petaluma is ahead of the curve on this and got the quality team together that we need. So I'm very anxious to see all the next steps we can make. Welcome aboard all.
Thank you. Councilmember Fosike and then Councilmember Healy.
I'll be quick. Everything's already been said, I think, but I'd also like to thank everyone who's involved with this for the strides that have been made and those yet to come. I am very excited by the idea or the consideration now being given to a sanctioned camp or safe parking or cob houses or some combination of all those things, which I think is not a solution, but is something on the way. And so again, thanks to all for the work being done.
Thank you, Councilmember Healy.
Thank you. So there's a lot of good programs packed in here. I'll be supporting it. My one question had to do with downtown streets teams, and there was an article in the Argus Courier, I believe 2 issues ago, which was talking about the metrics for success that were outlined when we first authorized the program. And I don't have the article in front of me, but it was basically saying that some of those metrics have not been met. I'd like staff to respond to that. I'm prepared to support the program for another year, but I'd like to know how we can get those metrics for success back up to where we were told they were going to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember King, and then we'll go to Assistant City Manager Cochran.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. I'm prepared to support the staff recommendation in full. One of the reasons and one of the programs, the mobile shower program, combined with kind of the broader services, I think does something that the people that I've had a chance to talk with that have been homeless or are currently homeless talk about is their own personal dignity and the impact that it has on them of not being able to have a place of their own, and be able to, in many cases, have a job to go to and all of that, which a lot of us take for granted. And I think that's a step in a good direction, very good direction in that regard. Part of my reason for supporting this in full is that I have the confidence in the organizations that are being funded. I see downtown streets at least once a week on the street where I work. So when I go out for a walk, I see what they're doing and how they're doing it. I'm very familiar with COTS and have great respect for that program and have for many years. And it is, sometimes described as an intractable problem. But I think with these organizations, what's happening is there are many success stories and successful data. And because there's a fair amount of pushback that we receive, as a council for the issue globally throughout the city and the region, the one comment I'd like to add is that let's really get the information, and this kind of follows up on Councilmember Healy's comment. Let's get the information out about the success stories, because they do exist. And people have told me, that have gone through COTS, for example, have gone through different programs, that they are back on their feet because of these efforts. And I would emphasize to the public at large is because of the various reasons why people wind up homeless, there is a financial investment that has to be made. It's the right thing to do, and I certainly support this. I don't really have any questions, but I would like to see the emphasis on the success so that those people who don't support something like this being funded at the city level can see the progress and see the hope and see the advantage of doing this. Thank you.
Thank you. Assistant City Manager.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. Yeah, I wanted to just respond to and address a couple of the questions that were posed tonight. So great questions and great discussion. One, I think relatively easy and quick one is why the Downtown Streets team would be owning the vehicle. And I think simply the reason for that is because, and Karen Strolia may want to correct me or back me up if I get this wrong, but they are typically very hard on their vehicles. So from their perspective, it's better for them, it's better for the city, for them to own the vehicle. As you saw earlier in our fleet program, or in our fleet presentation, you know, the city can often own vehicles for 10, 12 or more years. This mobile shower program, along with the tow vehicle that would be associated with it, the truck that would be moving it around town, they are pretty hard on those vehicles. So it's just better for everybody for them to be the owner of that vehicle. I also wanted to speak a little bit to the metrics and some of the statistics, and I would just say first of all that you know, we started this program, council initially approved it early in 2020, having no idea that the pandemic was going to be coming upon us. And so actually Downtown Streets team was supposed to have begun April 1st of 2020. We pushed it out to July 1st to really get them some ramp up time, but it did take ramp up time. And it has been an incredibly challenging, as I'm sure many of you know, incredibly challenging employment environment. And they've had these experiences, even folks with robust resumes were not able to secure employment. And so there were some challenges initially, and we're looking forward to having a full year ahead of us to be able to have additional employment outcomes, additional housing outcomes, folks clearing some of those personal barriers and things that are personal challenges that they need to be able to clear to be able to get to housing and employment. And you know, at the end of the day, we don't view this honestly as a numbers game. I mean, any of you who have talked to Karen Strolia, she could talk all day about some of the inspirational stories, and they're amazing. I mean, they're inspirational, they're hopeful, they really show some of the joy and some of the challenges that are involved in this work. So, you know, we feel really confident that with this upcoming year of the contract, we'll have an additional staff member with Downtown Streets team. We'll be able to expand the team from 15 team members to 20. And so all of these things are really coming together to create a more robust and more successful program. And so we're excited about that. And then lastly, just wanted to mention a little bit about sanctioned encampments. So I think we've shared before that simply throwing down a plot of land and allowing folks to camp is not, you know, that's not something that staff and the city is terribly interested in. And there are a host of reasons for that I won't get into in detail. But overall, I think our nonprofit partners as well as city staff feel that if we're going to do some type of interim solution that is focused on transitioning people from being unsheltered into more permanent housing, we really need to have a good plan. We need to have solid, well-versed wraparound services for those folks so that they are getting the help that they need, getting the assistance, looking toward employment, getting any barriers cleared for them so that we can eventually transition them to permanent housing. And it also requires that we have the permanent housing available to transition them to. So there are several challenges there, and I think we did mention very briefly in the staff report, we are looking at some of our American Rescue Plan Act funds to potentially implement a better, more sustainable solution that has wraparound services that would provide that interim housing that folks may need to serve as that transition from being unsheltered into permanent housing. So we are looking at that. We're looking at different models. I think Andrew is going to be really helpful in analyzing those for us. And as soon as we have something that has the services that we can bring forward that we're confident in, I will bring that back to council. So with that, I'll turn it back to you, Madam Mayor. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I think the Vice Mayor wants to follow up on maybe one of your answers.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Cochran. The question I was asking was, I think that the vehicle and the mobile showers, are they the same? Is it one, are the showers on a vehicle, or I understood it that they were getting a truck for removing debris and whatnot, and then there's like a trailer that is the showers, right?
Right. So it's a good question. So the shower trailer itself is a trailer that is towed by a vehicle, meaning a truck. At a separate council meeting a week ago, the council did approve the HEAP funding for a truck. That is not viewed as the permanent long-term vehicle for the shower program itself. That may be able to help in the interim as we kind of get ramped up and get going. But there is theoretically a second truck that would be perhaps a used truck or a used tow vehicle that could be used on a daily basis to tow the mobile shower trailer.
Right. My question, what I was getting at is, why is the trailer not something that the city wants to own?
Again, I would kind of go back to my prior answer. These trailers are used and abused. I mean, they are used 4 days a week, 52 weeks a year, and there's a significant amount of maintenance. And that is part of the cost of the program, is maintaining the trailer, getting any bugs worked out. So that's my understanding of why Downtown Streets team prefers to own the trailer. But if Karen Strolia wanted to chime in as to any other reasons, I'm happy for her to step in as well.
Yeah,
Karen, if you'd like to speak, now's your time.
Oh yeah, sorry, thank you. Hi everyone. Yeah, Brian Cochran really hit the nail on the head. Our mobile shower units really go through the ringer. They tend to require a lot of maintenance because of the use. So that's really, I think, why DST prefers to own them. It just is easier on all of our partners. It allows us to have flexibility in service.
Okay. And if there was some sort of an emergency where we needed showers for something, would we be then like leasing them back to you for additional days or longer durations or things like that?
To me, I view this as a partnership. So if there's a crisis in our community and we need to be there to serve, that's what we'll do. So that's just a part of our collaboration.
Okay.
Thank you. And Councilmember Healy?
Thank you. I just move approval of the entire item at this time.
Okay, we haven't actually opened this up for public comment yet, but that is a motion. So we can either hold it there or have someone else want to second that. Councilmember King?
I'll second it.
Okay, so let's at least go ahead and hear from the public on this. So I would like to ask our city clerk if she's received any correspondence on this item.
We've received 2 comments, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. And so I would like our moderator, Patrick Carter, to assist me with opening public comment and see if anybody in attendance would like to speak on this item only.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. At this time, members of the public wishing to speak on this item, please raise your hand in Zoom and you'll be called on in turn. We have 2 hands currently raised. The first is City of Petaluma, followed by Sue. So if you could please state your name for the record after I unmute you, that will help us with the minutes. Go ahead, City of Petaluma.
I put in the City of Petaluma because I didn't know what else to put in. My name is Kay Coleman,
and I am a new resident of Petaluma and a recent mayor in San Anselmo. And I served on the council and was mayor there for 10 years. So I just came to speak about the Downtown Streets team. I have been, I have known Andrew Henning and Karen Strolia. They're geniuses. You can put all of your faith in what they tell you. And the Downtown Streets team, I've seen it work in Centerville successfully and also in Novato successfully. It has a tiered system where people are not just sweeping the streets, but they're engaging in management and in leadership parts of the program. And so all of that work ethic is included in it. And as far as the showers are concerned, it's the greatest. Can you imagine that a mother who is living in a car with her children can take them to the shower? And I presume, Karen, that you will have the big one as well, which is handicap accessible, and the smaller one on the side, so that families can go in and be showered. And it's very, very successful. And then the people there also receive services. They talk to them and how can we help you and what else do you need? So it's not just go in, take your shower, grab your towel and leave. There's more service included in that. But I want to tell you that I can't speak highly enough about Andrew and Karen. You are in good hands and you're making progress. So stick to it, you guys. Doing a good job.
Thank you for those comments. Next speaker is Sue. Sue, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Thank you. I did send in a letter, and I'm not going to read all of that, but hopefully you will. I just want to say that I am fairly recent to understanding the houseless. Just in the last 6 months, educating myself, going to webinars, doing some research. And let's see, I also get the monthly letter from COTS, and I see they do always promote the people that they have done well with them, that have been housed and things like that. So I'm very encouraged by everything the city is doing and all of the report that happened tonight. My involvement with a group of people have been with the people that are chronically on the street and assisting them in various ways. And so that's where I come from as far as promoting some kind of an approved campground. And I like that term better, or managed. Hopefully managed by the residents, and that have some ownership, and then tend to keep a tidy camp and thing. And I agree with having services, wraparound services, so that they can get to the next step. But I've been I have talked with people that have been moved by the police because they are in a place that they can't be, and they also can't, for whatever reason, haven't been able to make it work for them to stay at COTS as well. And that's, there's so many different reasons that, people either can be at COTS, that works for them, or it doesn't work for them. So I'm encouraged to hear some talk. I know it was in Mr. Fernandez's presentation to the climate action of some kind of alternative option. So I'm encouraged, and I hope you do read my letter, and I would like to be involved, and I just will keep learning and keep pulling up things that I think might work. So thank you very much for your work. I'm done.
Thank you, Sue. And that is the last hand we have raised, so I'll turn it back to you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. And with that, we'll close public comment. And just looking through my notes, I think both the Vice Mayor and Councilmember Fisher asked about the sanctioned camping areas. So before we go to the vote, perhaps someone on the team could respond to what that would look like, what is envisioned, what are you thinking about? I know this isn't before us tonight, but can we hear about that?
Yeah, hi, I'll step in. I'm Jules Pelican. I'm the Director of Programs at COTS, and Chuck is also here in one of these squares. And we've been in consultation with Peggy Flynn and Brian Cochran and other folks from the city to really, really look at this sanctioned encampment idea with a fresh set of eyes. And what can be done near the Mary Isaac Center where there are services, right? We've got a kitchen there that could use a little bit of improvement, but we do have a kitchen there. We've got case management there. We've got all sorts of client services. And we do have plenty of people who are not served by the shelter. And we've all been seeing them down at Steamer Landing, Lynch Creek, at various other spots in the city. So is there a way that we can safely engage with people in an encampment setting where they are also receiving services as one of the steps towards permanent housing? We are going to have a meeting with Peggy and Brian and their team on June 30th, where we kind of get together physically, not in little squares, and we're going to walk around the property and brainstorm together. And COTS also has a campus expansion work group that we've been meeting every other week to talk about what could this look like? What could safe parking look like? What could sanctioned encampment and showers and laundry? You know, showers and laundry are a true need in the unsheltered community. So we don't have a perfect thing to present to you tonight, but we are excited to be really considering it for the first time in a way that I can personally imagine happen. So I hope that's helpful. And maybe Chuck wants to add something.
Madam Mayor, this is Chuck Fernandez from COTS. If I could add something to what Jules just mentioned. I think there's another benefit to a sanctioned encampment. And as I think back on the climate emergency framework, one of the commission's values is a social and ecosystem resilience together. And so not only can we benefit from moving people to an encampment, that they have access to clean water, to services, to medical and mental health care, and everything that Jules mentioned, but also the ability to free up some of our habitat and waterways to clean them up and return them back to their natural state and allow people in the community to use those lands. And so I think there's a dual benefit to this. And I just wanted to make sure that we brought that up because we know climate action is very important to the city. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And so Councilmember McDonald and then Fisher had their hands up, and then we'll go to the city assistant city manager.
Thank you. Yeah, there's so much on all this topic that we have barely, touched on tonight. I mean, in terms of regional solutions, the whole Bay Area, the All Homes Group has got a regional action plan coming together, and Sonoma County's on that. And its goal is to reduce homelessness by 75% over 3 years. I mean, that's even more ambitious than things we've initiated locally. And the key for them is that for every shelter space, you need to create 2 permanent housing spaces, and you need to take 4 prevention of homelessness steps. It's called the 1-2-4 framework. And it doesn't mention in it anything about safe parking or camping, because those things are things you can grab quicker and have a local consensus on. But our fear of putting the housing together, we need to solve this, and the prevention steps necessary is hindering us really solving homelessness. People ask me, what can I do? I want to either give a meal or a tent or a sleeping bag. And I'm saying, no, support housing. Housing is what's needed otherwise you will continue to have homelessness. And so support the housing effort. That's a huge goal. Now, the county had a problem, a Joe Rodota Trail, and they set up Los Guillicos, and it's touted as a huge success. But the cost of it is phenomenal. The county brought all of their magnitude of resources to bear on this effort. And this effort was 60 tiny homes that are 8 foot by 8 foot. 64 square feet. But they set up food, they set up mental health, they set up security, and they pulled together a path out through Section 8 vouchers and permanent mental health services and all the things that are needed. So any program we do, we have to realize that it's just a Band-Aid unless we put in the services and programs we need and the exit to permanent housing. Cannot be overlooked how important exit from homelessness means having housing for people. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Fisher.
Thank you. So I just want to reiterate, in the staff report, it says that both COTS and Downtown Streets teams spends time cleaning up encampments. And so when I talk about a sanctioned encampment, I think about, basically right now they're creating communities of tents, right? Even though they're in places where they can't be. And so a place to provide that community and then move toward more permanent. And again, that's why I'm in favor of the earthen and cob structures that Miguel is doing, because those will provide those sort of tiny homes in a way that people that are currently without a home can actually participate in the building of it. So that's my vision. But obviously we now have Andrew Henning, so he's the expert and he's going to let us know. And I have one other thing, but I think I'll save it. Thank you.
Thank you. Assistant City Manager.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor. I wanted to chime in kind of two different things. First, just support everything Chuck and Jules mentioned. We are planning to bring back something to the City Council on this topic of a temporary or an interim solution when we have a plan. Jules mentioned our meeting on the 30th to try to map out some space and kind of figure out what's possible. Again, we're not totally sure what that will look like. Could be tiny homes, could be a Los Guillicos model, could be, trailers or safe park. There are all sorts of different models. We want to make sure that we're doing the right thing for Petaluma, near services, so that we're not having to replicate those at some far-flung location that doesn't have any of those already built in. And then secondly, I would just echo, I know Andrew Henning mentioned very briefly Project Home Key. That is something that we are very keen to look at. Don't have a site in mind at this point, but we do want to look at what are the parameters of the program. How can that benefit Petaluma? If it can, and if we have the right site, that is a route to establishing some permanent housing that is in addition to what's already here locally. So we are looking at both of those tracks simultaneously. And when we have what we think is a good solution for Petaluma, we'll happily bring those forward to the council for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My question is a clarifying question for Councilmember McDonald. You were stressing the importance of services. Are there services that you don't feel like we're including in our current programming here? Because I feel like a lot of what we're doing is services, and the people that I've talked to, admittedly mostly at Steamer Landing, like the number one thing they say that they need is a place where they're not going to be uprooted and shoot away. But are there services that you don't think we're programming in right now?
Well, I would say yes, no on that. I think when you ask someone at the lowest Maslow level of what his needs are, of course, they're going to say food first. But if you look, one of the big points that Ian DeJong made was look at the practices of those who succeed, right? And especially work with the professionals. So the community feels a very emotional connection to this issue, but the professionals know what systems need to be in place to succeed. And so I think we have systems and programs, but we don't have the connection of the people to those programs. So the key thing we're funding here, I mean, you've got a lot of experts in the room here. The key thing we're funding here is outreach. That is someone who says, here is food and here is path to the service you need for next step. So it has to be connected. So we need the providers to be robust and to have the services in there, and like one of their scoring criteria on HUD is, do you have this service available and this service available? So just because someone comes into a shelter or comes into permanent supportive housing, the system is strong. The connection of people who are not yet ready for those programs is the gap, and that's why the outreach program is key to connecting to next steps, which is one of the concerns I have about safe parking and sanctioned encampments. Is if the connection isn't strong, if the services aren't there, then it's just aggregating the issue in a new place. What has to happen is there has to be the connection.
Right. My question is, are we putting the services in place, in your opinion, or are there additional services that we need?
Well,
I guess where I'm going with this is, now we've got, what I see is we're funding a lot of services, and is it now time to, and I appreciate that we're looking at a sanctioned encampment, but what I hear you say is by stressing that, what I'm inferring by listening to you is that we should be putting more of our resources into outreach and not be looking at a sanctioned encampment. And I'm just wondering, is that what you're saying? Or in particular, what services would you be funding, I guess, going back to my zero-sum game comment, right? Like what additional things would you be funding with money, if not a place where people can go and we can provide services?
If I had for another dollar, I'd put into housing to start. But what I'm saying is the outreach will bring people into a service center. At that point, we need to have more revenue, more funding for those service centers. Someone comes in for chemical dependency issues, mental health issues. That's why we're chasing the county for Measure O money, is because we know that as soon as the outreach is successful, our needs at the next element will all grow. So we're not done funding this by a long shot, but there's a lot of out money and huge money coming in right now. So what we do today, what we're asked to do today, is the right thing. But there is the next thing we need to immediately follow up on, which is getting more into COTS's hands for their all their support services and into other programs that do support services.
Okay, thank you.
I see Chuck Fernandez has his hand up, and then we're going to go to the vote.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment that I think this is where Andrew is really going to come into play, that, before we can get into the details, we really need to have a short-term, a medium-term, and a long-term plan. And then how do all of those fit together? What are some of the services that we need? What are some of the gaps, and what can we provide? So I think looking at all of this in the context of a short, medium, and long-term plan is going to help a lot.
Thank you very much for that. And with that, Karen, go ahead.
No, I just want to end this on a really positive note. Karen Shimizu, when she was presenting about the programs that are being laid before you this evening, she talked about the positive outcomes about improved health and self-esteem. And I wanted to highlight a story about someone that we started working with because it really drives home that point of dignity and finding self-worth in the community. He's been experiencing homelessness in Petaluma since 1979. He's been in and out of Petaluma, traveling around, but he always comes home. He recently joined the team, and in his conversations with our case manager, she always chips away at the core tenets of someone's well-being. What's their health look like? What is their income? Where are they getting food? Where are they sleeping? And what are other statuses that we can really dig into to help find additional support services, like veteran status? Well, he was in the military and thought for years and years and years he was dishonorably discharged, but he wasn't quite sure. So she said, let's dig in. So he's been on the team for 2-3 months now, finally gets his paperwork back and shows up at one of the success meetings and says, I have some information for you. And she brings this letter to him. And on this letter, it says that he was honorably discharged. And he was taken aback and choked up because for him, this meant a completely different sense of self within this one letter. And she looks at him and she says, what's it like to be a veteran? And he couldn't respond. And so moving forward, he's now on a path to housing through veteran services. And we're really excited for his openness and willing to engage with us and willing to trust us to chase this information with him. So I wanted to leave you. I would be remiss to not share you a story. Come on, that's what we're here for. So there you go.
Dedicated to bringing us to tears. So with that, we will go to the vote, and I will ask our city clerk to take a roll call vote.
Barrett,
Yes.
Barnacle,
Yes.
Fisher,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
Posake.
Yes.
Thank you.
And thank you, everybody, for pulling together, because this is the beginning of a lot of work. So thank you all. And we're going to, before we move on to our next item, which is the draft vehicle miles traveled, I'm going to ask for a 5-minute break. So I have 9:06 on the clock here, so we'll be back at 9:11. Thank you. Okay, thank you, Patrick. Okay, I see everybody seems to be back. So, okay, so now we're going to, we're back from a little break, and we're going to go on to our last item of new business, which is a resolution adopting the draft vehicle miles traveled implementation guidelines and establishing thresholds to evaluate transportation impact under the California Environmental Quality Act. And Olivia Irvin from the M Group, whoops, oh yeah, will be our presenter.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Olivia Urban, a Principal Environmental Planner. The item before you this evening for consideration is the Vehicle Miles Traveled Implementation Guidelines. This is the document that establishes the city's framework for evaluating transportation impacts for projects subject to the California Environmental Quality Act. Get my slides going here. During this presentation, we'll provide a refresher on Senate Bill 743, a summary of the steps that the city has taken to come into compliance with that regulation, a discussion of the key elements of the guidelines, which will be delivered by Matt Goyne with Fair and Pierce, and we'll wrap up by touching on the environmental review requirements, public noticing, and comments that have been received, and conclude with staff's recommendation. Senate Bill 743 initiated an update to the California Environmental Quality Act that resulted in a change to the metric that is used to evaluate transportation impacts. The VMT metric promotes active transportation. It aligns state greenhouse gas reduction targets. It encourages infill development and discourages urban sprawl. The state mandated that as of July 1st, 2020, nearly a year ago, lead agencies can no longer use level of service, which is the former metric that was used to evaluate transportation impacts, and instead must rely on the VMT metric. The city has been including an analysis of VMT in all CEQA documents that have been prepared since 2019, relying on guidance that was published by the Office of Planning and Research, including a threshold of 15% below the citywide per capita. Development of the city's VMT guidelines has been a public process with a number of prior public meetings and hearings. In 2018, the city of Petaluma initiated a discussion on VMT with a joint planning commission and council workshop. Subsequently, council authorized a contract with Fair and Pierce to develop the local guidelines. That process involved the formation of the VMT Technical Advisory Committee that's comprised of appointed representatives from each of the bodies listed on the slide here, as well as city staff from Public Works and Transit, as well as representatives from Sonoma County Transportation Authority, Sonoma County, and Caltrans. The VMT Technical Advisory Committee convened for 3 meetings. The first 2 focused on the key components of the VMT program, and the third meeting provided an opportunity for TAC members to review and weigh in on the guidelines themselves. On May 25th, the Planning Commission considered input from the TAC and unanimously approved a resolution recommending that the council adopt the guidelines. The guidelines that are before the City Council this evening is the culmination of that effort and is before the council as the approving body to act on this evening. The Planning Commission also forwarded on a recommendation that came from the Technical Advisory Committee that following adoption of the guidelines, that the TAC reconvene to focus on identifying citywide mitigation strategies that could be advanced in the near term. Commissioners also noted that VMT strategies should explore free transit options, bike share programs, increased connectivity to pathways, and other general good planning practices. The guidelines are presented in full as an attachment to this item's staff report. The guidelines apply exclusively to new discretionary projects that are subject to environmental review. They lay out the procedures to follow and the thresholds to apply when evaluating transportation impacts. The guidelines do not tackle VMT from existing trips generated by established uses. Rather, they standardize the process for assessing transportation impacts using the VMT metric and bring the city into compliance with SB 743. I'm going to go ahead and hand it over to Matt Goyne at this time to walk us through the key components of the guidelines and a bit more detail on the discussion and input that was received from the TAC.
Great. Thank you, Olivia, and thanks to the mayor, council members, and the public tonight. My name is Matt Goyne with Fair and Peers, and as Olivia mentioned, the city brought us on to help go through all the steps required for the SB 743 process. First, I'll just start with what is VMT? VMT stands for vehicle miles traveled and represents the number of vehicles on the roadway multiplied by the distance they travel. So as shown in this example, one vehicle traveling 1 mile is 1 VMT, 4 vehicles traveling 10 miles is 40 VMT. So a household or business that generates more vehicle trips with longer trip lengths is going to generate higher VMT, while one that replaces some of those trips with walking, biking, and transit or shorter vehicle trips is going to generate less VMT. Next slide. The state's Office of Planning and Research, otherwise known as OPR, created guidance that outlines a series of steps and decisions that all jurisdictions must take to adopt VMT thresholds. OPR's technical advisory that they provide includes recommendations for each step that the city's technical advisory committee considered as they made recommendations for the city council. These are outlined in the report for each step, and I will go through each of these in the following slides. So OPR recommended that per capita metrics are used for residential and office uses to evaluate the efficiency of the location of the project, rather than just the size of the project. This ensures the metric achieves the goal of reducing greenhouse gas emissions and encouraging infill development. For residential uses, the TAC recommended measuring the total amount of VMT generated per household divided by the number of residents. For office uses, the TAC recommended measuring the total commute VMT per employee. For retail uses, the TAC recommended measuring the total VMT within the city of Petaluma, because retail often has the effect of shifting around trips rather than creating new trips that did not exist previously. Additional information is provided in the report about unique land uses that don't fall into these categories. So OPR highly recommends using a travel demand model to calculate VMT. And there are 3 candidate models that are available to the city of Petaluma: the Sonoma County Transportation Authority model, the City of Petaluma model, and the MTC regional model. This TAC recommended the SCTA model because it provides enough detail within the city of Petaluma and is the most recently calibrated to local conditions. The county also performs routine updates to the model, which reduces the need for Petaluma to maintain its separate model. So shifting to one of the more challenging conversations, the TAC deliberated over 2 meetings on the level of VMT that should represent a significant impact. Starting with retail, which was relatively easy because the TAC agreed with the OPR recommendations that a net zero threshold for retail projects is appropriate to ensure that they don't generate additional traffic on the streets of Petaluma. There was a lot of discussion around the appropriate threshold for residential and office. The options considered included OPR's recommended 15% threshold, a threshold of 16.8%, which is what is the calculation by the California Air Resources Control Board that is required for the state to achieve its greenhouse gas reduction goals, or something higher. Based on the slight majority of respondents preferring a higher threshold than the 15% in the final TAC meeting, staff is recommending adopting a 16.8% threshold to demonstrate climate leadership as it exceeds many other climate-focused jurisdictions. The TAC also recommended that this threshold should be revisited after completing the general plan and climate action plan to ensure it is in alignment with city goals. OPR also provides guidance that not all projects should require a full VMT analysis. The TAC recommended adopting 3 screening criteria listed here that was recommended by OPR, including low VMT generating areas, proximity to high quality transit, and small projects. The TAC also recommended several other adjustments that are shown here below. The adjusted screening criteria that generated the most conversation was around affordable housing, where staff recommended that 100% affordable housing projects be screened out. In a manner consistent with OPR, the recommendations do not define a specific affordability requirements. So this map illustrates the locations of the low VMT and transit screening areas I just mentioned for residential uses. Projects that occur within the green, transit, and low VMT areas would not have to conduct a VMT analysis as long as they match the city requirements for things such as parking and floor area ratio. I'll note that the low VMT areas are relatively limited in Petaluma due to the 16.8% threshold. A VMT analysis would therefore be required for projects in the yellow and orange locations. Yellow locations indicate where a residential project is likely to be able to achieve a less than significant level of VMT after mitigation, while orange zones indicate where it will be more difficult to achieve those reductions. Staff will use this map as a guide while retaining discretion on whether to use the screening criteria. This map will also be updated as the Sonoma County model is updated or when transit infrastructure changes. The final step of the SB 743 implementation process is to develop guidelines for mitigating significant VMT impacts. The report includes a variety of industry standard measures that have been shown to have quantifiable VMT reductions for settings similar to Petaluma. The measures shown in the report are not intended to be exhaustive or prescriptive, but are meant to provide guidance for the VMT reductions that can be achievable for CEQA purposes. This does not exclude other creative approaches to reducing VMT that may be locally appropriate. Since this question comes up a lot, I do want to clarify that greenhouse gas emission targeted measures are not necessarily appropriate for mitigating VMT because they don't achieve the same benefits of that reducing the amount of vehicles on a roadway provides, such as improved roadway safety. Further, TDM measures that don't have a quantifiable effect can be required through planning code processes, but may not be appropriate for CEQA. Given the city's declared climate emergency, the TAC expressed a strong interest in pursuing a more holistic approach after the SB 743 process is complete to study ways to reduce VMT for both existing and future residents, employees, and visitors. So this wraps up the steps that are required to be compliant with SB 743. I'd be happy to answer any questions about any of these steps during the questions period. Before I do hand it back to Olivia, I would like to share briefly about those next steps that would be required to develop a citywide VMT reduction program that's tailored to Petaluma as requested by the TAC. First, an initial list of potential measures is provided in the report appendices that can serve as a starting point towards a more holistic TDM program than is what is just allowed for CEQA purposes. The next step could include the creation of a VMT and lieu fee program or refining existing impact fees that include targeted VMT reduction measures. To do this, the city will need to conduct additional outreach to stakeholders and develop a menu of locally appropriate TDM measures that could be appropriate for the context of Petaluma and targeted to specific populations. Thank you for your time. I'll hand it back to Olivia now.
Great, thank you, Matt. So that last item that Matt was touching on is describing that next step. The immediate action at hand this evening is to formalize the local procedures for evaluating VMT under CEQA. As you've heard, the recommended threshold at 16.8% below the citywide per capita average continues to establish the city of Petaluma as a leader in adopting regulation to advance climate resiliency. And it is just the first of many subsequent actions that the city may take to develop a robust local VMT program, getting at both future VMT and existing VMT citywide. The action at hand is not subject to CEQA because it does not meet the definition of a project. It does not constitute a direct or indirect impact on the environment. And furthermore, it achieves compliance with the state legislative mandate, SB 743. And so for those reasons, it is exempt from CEQA itself, even though it is establishing guidelines in accordance with CEQA. Public noticing was carried out in accordance with city practice. As the guidelines apply citywide, a 1/8 page ad was published in the Argus. And additionally, throughout the VMT process, the city has maintained and updated a VMT webpage that provides notice of hearings, links to past meetings, and related resources and documents. 2 public comments came in today to the clerk, and those have been posted as well on this agenda item. One is from the Bartnaw project applicant and asks that the city not make the VMT guidelines more restrictive than the state's recommendation. And the other is from the Building Industry Association requesting that the item be postponed and that council direct staff to reach out to the association for input on how any decision may impact residential construction. Both of these comments appear to relate to the proposed threshold of 16.8 below the citywide, which goes beyond the state the OPR's recommendation at 15%. As you've heard, there was much discussion during the TAC meetings regarding the appropriate threshold, and several members felt an even greater threshold was appropriate. Ultimately, the recommendation at 16.8% was forwarded, which does balance the city's climate emergency, the availability of evidence to support that threshold, which we can rely on the Air Resource Board for that, and it recognizes that a higher threshold does put a greater responsibility on new development to achieve those reductions, as well as the need for housing, of course, region-wide. As such, staff's recommendation as presented in the staff report remains. And with that, it is recommended that the City Council adopt the Vehicle Miles Traveled Implementation Guidelines for conducting transportation analyses pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act, establishing CEQA thresholds of significance for the vehicle miles traveled metric, and identifying VMT screening criteria and mitigation options to bring the city into compliance with Senate Bill 743. And as a next step, looking forward, we're also looking to the council to provide direction as requested by the TAC and forwarded on from the Planning Commission that following adoption of the guidelines, the TAC be directed to reconvene to focus on identifying citywide mitigation strategies that could be advanced in the near term. And with that, that completes staff's presentation. We're available to answer any questions, and I'll just point out to you that other staff members who are TAC members themselves and city engineer and transit manager are also on the line. If there are specific questions, we'd be happy to speak up there. Thank you.
Thank you, Olivia. And if we can stop sharing the screen, that would be helpful.
I'm working on it.
Thank you. Okay. So I just want to see if there are any questions or comments from the council members. I see one hand up. Councilmember McDonald.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just want to lob a couple softballs up here at the beginning of things. VMTs, in the greenhouse gas goal, does it matter what vehicle the person drives? Is there incorporation of what vehicle?
No, it does. Good question. It does not matter. It could be an all-electric vehicle and you are still traveling a mile, you're still generating one VMT.
Did you have preliminary discussions about mitigations that might address that?
Well, as Matt mentioned, it doesn't get at the issue of taking those trips off the road. So there's multiple kind of things at play. Obviously, a all-electric vehicle would reduce greenhouse gases, but it still contributes to road use wear and tear. It still contributes to vehicles on the road, congestion, as well as safety. So that is not the direction from the state is not to parse out those electric vehicles, even though we all know that they generate fewer emissions.
And then I think Matt mentioned something about affordable housing and the discussions of an all affordable housing. Was there discussion or how are partial affordables, inclusionary housing, how is that addressed in this? Yeah, 15% inclusionary, get a credit?
So the calculation for how that project with a 15% inclusionary is calculated takes into account the reduced trips associated with that use. So affordable projects are known to generate fewer trips, and so you get a credit for that. But having 15% of your housing stock be for affordable isn't enough to have you screen out from conducting a VMT analysis. Of course, there are other VMT screening considerations, like if you happen to be within a half mile of major transit, you may screen out as a default.
And if you have a SB 35 project, you know, and it's only at 50%, so that's a possibility, right? So you're 50% affordable. Does that screen you out?
Yeah, so SB 35 is actually completely removes CEQA. So you do not, SB 735, SB 35 is completely ministerial. So it is not subject to the California Environmental Quality Act at all. It is not, would not trigger the requirement for a VMT analysis because it's a ministerial project, not subject to CEQA.
And it's not locally discretionary either, right?
Exactly. There's no discretion. The discretion has been removed by complying with the criteria to be eligible for SB 35.
At the beginning, you mentioned several mitigation strategies that were possibly going to be considered. Everything you mentioned sort of sounded like something the Planning Commission already extracts. You know, if you could recall what those were that you mentioned, they all sounded to me like things that the developers generally don't quite volunteer, but have their arms twisted to agree to. Is that your sense as well?
So the list of TDM measures that are appropriate in Petaluma is somewhat limited because we rely on you know, state guidance, and in this case, CAPCOA, the California Air Pollution Control Officers Association, is the leader in industry standard TDM measures, and so those measures are appropriate for different locations. You know, there's a much longer list of measures that is appropriate in San Francisco or Oakland or Berkeley than is appropriate in Petaluma, just because the evidence that is behind those measures is just more. There has to be substantial evidence supporting the reduction. And
I think they were just offhanded listings from Olivia.
Okay.
The presentation.
Yeah, so the good, you know, planning practices, things like continuing to, you know, meet the parking standard, not exceed it. You know, provide a mix of uses on site, install, you know, bike and ped amenities. All of those can and will continue to be required. The next step, the next piece is really advancing some of the citywide strategies. So, and creating a program within which we have a framework to administer that program. So right now it's really on a case-by-case basis, and that is very challenging to have any kind of oversight or administration or assurance that those are happening and being tracked and monitored. And so this next step identifies those areas that would get the biggest benefit by investing into. So if there would be a hard look at the bike and ped program to see where we can start building that out now. Funds that are available to could be levied on new development to make up the difference in that fashion. There's also opportunities to expand the transit system, either in duration or routes or frequency. And then also things like, subsidizing passes, both the local and the smart passes as well. So those are the kinds of things that we're talking about with this next step. I think that may get at your question.
So there'd be kind of a mitigation bank you could fee waiver, and I'd like to suggest that maybe they could be assumed and owned by the development. That is to say, taken off of the city and taken away from city pricing to private pricing to accomplish. I'd be interested in seeing that, but I'd also like to see a deadline on how quickly we can get a mitigation bank together. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. And then we'll move on to Councilmember King and then Vice Mayor Barnacle.
Thank you. I had a few questions on the issue of projects proximate to major transit stops. I noted from the map we had, it looked like the two major transit stops that were listed were the downtown Smart Station and the proposed Corona Smart Station. For purposes of going forward, we don't have the Corona Smart Station at the moment. It's in our plans and hopes and so forth, but would projects that would be considered in proximity to that location receive the exemption, at least, until if it ever happened that the project went away with some degree of permanence?
Yeah.
I mean, the question I'm asking is, we don't have it now. We want to have it. We're planning on having it, but we have no guarantee of having it. So is the idea with these guidelines that housing within that proximate location be exempted?
Yes, because it's expected that smart station will be developed, and unless something drastically changes that would preclude that, then everything that we have been working towards, everything that we've been planning for, is the expectation is that station will come to fruition. Matt, do you want to add anything about what the guidelines or the recommendations say?
Yeah, I mean, that's correct. It's based on it being a reasonably foreseeable, project that's in the pipeline here. And, these maps should get updated as the city makes major decisions about what transit infrastructure is improved, whether hopefully not removed from the plans, but, if the city decided to create higher frequency transit services that could qualify as high quality transit services, for example, like that could allow the map to be updated for screening as well. So,
okay, well, that falls into my next question, which is, I didn't notice that any of the major transit stops, and you can correct me if I didn't see the map properly, include any of our bus stops. And so I've got that question there. And the secondary question is, there's a mention of bus stops with 15 minutes headway during the peak hour. How was 15 minutes selected? Was that part of the state law, or was that decided among the various committees?
That is, the state comes from the state, and those two questions are interconnected, because the major bus stop qualification must, in order to get the screening from that, must have 15-minute headways. So because we don't have any that currently operate on that schedule, we don't have any bus stops currently that offer that screening opportunity. That could absolutely change in the future, as we've been discussing, and expect that it may, and that could be something that is further discussed in the future.
Well, that leads me into my last question for the moment. And it may have been in there with regard to mitigation. There was a number of potential mitigating steps that someone could take to, if they didn't meet the vehicles miles traveled standard. One I'd like to suggest we consider, as long as there's no legal barrier to it, I'll preface it that way, is funding or a fee paid to the transit department. So like a transit fund in similar to an in lieu housing fund. One of the biggest problems we have in transit is funding. We don't do much with local funding. It's federal and state money. If we're going to be expanding our transit, which is clearly a goal here, I personally consider the inner city within our city transit to be the bus system, and only the bus system, really. And that would entail funding more buses, funding potentially more drivers, et cetera. And so I would like us to consider, if that's not already in there as clear as I've stated, something along those lines for developers. And how that comes out in terms of a formulation, I would leave to, I think you've recommended that there be some additional work done by the committee. Could be done there or at that level, or through both of you. But I think that's something that if we're going to be, I say this with some regularity, we're going to be serious about calling transit-oriented projects, and the only transit we're talking about are 2 train stations that take people in and out of Petaluma, we're really not talking about transit, in my opinion. We're talking about regional transportation, not within the city transportation. So that would be my comment. If there's a barrier to that, then obviously that can't be done. So that would be one recommendation I have to add on to the mitigation aspect of it. And I'll probably have some questions relating to the 16.8% versus the state 15, but I imagine we're going to get to that at some point. So I'll stop at this point. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. Vice Mayor Barnacle, followed by Councilmember Healy.
Thank you, Mayor Barrett, and thank you, staff, for the presentation and all the work that's gone into this. Just a few questions. Have we looked at the number of parcels or units that could be exempted by the small project classification?
Not on a parcel analysis citywide.
Okay. Okay. And then we got you mentioned the public comment letters. Were those entities at all involved in the development of the VMT guidelines?
Prior to receiving that letter from the BIA, we had not received anything previously from them. And the applicant for Vartna has been, is an active applicant, has an active application in. So he has been routinely updated of opportunities to participate and the progress with the advancement of the VMT guidelines. So he has been given that opportunity.
Yep. And then can you talk a little bit about what we're doing right now with, let's say, the Vartna project to help them with their VMT, like to help them through the process? I know it's case by case, but just to like elucidate that a little bit more for us of like what goes into that and what types of solutions we're providing them.
Sure. Well, the Vartna might not be the best example because we don't have it has not been deemed complete. We haven't jumped through that CEQA hurdle as of yet. But the Scott Ranch Davidon project could provide a good example because this council and the community is familiar with that project and has seen that draft EIR recently come through here. And as everyone is aware, that project made a number of considerations to reduce VMT, but their location, it makes it very challenging. And that is kind of what we are seeing across the board, is that if your project is in a location where, according to the map, you're in a higher VMT, then it's very challenging to meet that reduction. And so as CEQA prompts us, we look on site for those offsets, and we can look off site as well. So on site, Scott Ranch is doing a number of things. They're closing sidewalk gaps nearby. They're adding pathways and public amenities. And then as what is currently being explored is sort of what I'm thinking of as a pilot program for this next phase that we've been talking about. And so Scott Ranch is currently going through this process of funding an outreach effort and a focused look at identifying several mitigation measures that could be used to fund an offset. So these will be things that I've been mentioning. It could be contributing to the bike and pedestrian plan by building that out. It could be funding or subsidizing transit passes, or any other number of things that come out of that outreach. So what we're doing there is we are contacting groups in town that we think would be most benefit from additional opportunities for transit. And we're asking them, what is your current transportation modes? Where are your needs? And how could those be provided? And then we'll take that input and we will develop a menu of options based on that feedback. So that's sort of what's being done currently by that.
Can I briefly add to that, Vice Mayor Barnacle? Some of the other projects that have come through that have needed to find ways to mitigate VMT impacts, that we have encouraged increased density. We have encouraged adding accessory dwelling units. I'm thinking of I think it was the Casa Grande project that we looked at kind of sat down with their traffic consultant and looked at all the different things that could help lower that. And in that case, increasing the density, adding in the junior accessory dwelling units, increasing affordable housing units, all those kind of things, in some cases are able to see mitigation and reduction. There was the lit crosswalk to Casa Grande, so safe routes to school. There was, I believe there was bike lanes on Casa Grande as well. So those are some of the things with other projects that we've sat down and kind of pushed for and looked at and explored with applicants related to their VMT.
Thanks. So I'll just make my one comment. My concern with the screening out threshold is that for projects on the fringe, they could remove 3 or 4 units to basically bypass the CEQA process, right? And then we're not getting housing units that we want. And so we might, for those, and that's why I was asking about the number of parcels that might be sort of on the fringe there of screening out a small project. And so in my council questions before the meeting, I asked about, could we have something like a small project could be screened out if it's building to the maximum allowable density on the lot, and if it's not overbuilding parking, right? Like those are 2 sort of small exemptions that I could see, that we basically make sure we're using the land as efficiently as possible, and we're, doing everything we can to limit the number of vehicles that are on the site. And because as we get lower density, the units get larger, and then ultimately you're having, like the most affluent people that are buying the larger homes are not paying to offset the VMT that they're driving and they're creating in the city. And so I just want to see if we can maybe do everything we can to close loopholes like that. Or is that a loophole? Do you see that as being a loophole, I suppose, in the current policy?
Well, the state has said that, at that small project level, the reason that was selected is because it's a low enough contribution to VMT that it wouldn't be thought to be substantial. So these are really truly, small projects that are 15 units or fewer. So I'm not interpreting it as a loophole, but certainly, tightening up every place we can to make sure that we are being as efficient and VMT driven to reduce those is obviously really important.
And Olivia, I'd note that, of course, the city can retain discretion. So if there is, an edge case there where, a loophole like that might be pursued, the city can, of course, remove that screening criteria.
Good. So we have the ability to determine if the project screened out.
That's right. One of the provisions of the guidelines is that city staff remains discretion to decide if a project truly meets that screening criteria or not, and if there's something unusual or it's at the edge of town, or they have done something like you suggest. It was a 18-unit project, and now they realize this and are coming back. City staff could say, you know what, let's do a VMT analysis anyway.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Healy.
Thank you. So I have a couple sets of questions, and the first one, it kind of dovetails off questions that Councilmember King asked a couple minutes ago, and centers on the long hoped for Corona Smart Station, which has been in planning documents for 15 years, but never seems to be much of a funding priority for SMART, perhaps because Petaluma is the second largest city in the SMART district, hasn't had a SMART director for 15 years. But absent, committed funding to actually create that station, I'm not sure that we should bet on its happening. And without the station there, that would be an absolutely horrible VMT location. It's in the middle of a food shopping desert. It's in the middle of a restaurant desert. It's a school desert. It's a services desert. It's a parks desert. People living there who want to get anything at all are going to be jumping in their cars. And to say that that is exempt because it's within a half a mile of a future unfunded commuter rail station really is magical thinking. So I'm not sure where that one is coming from. And then the graphic that was put on earlier, I believe it was showing the areas that would do better or do worse in town under the proposed 16.8% metric. What analysis has been done to confirm our ability to meet 2.5 RENA cycles worth of discretionary housing projects for our next general plan in those areas that don't screen out? Or that would probably not meet the criteria?
So just because you don't screen out doesn't mean you can't develop or you still can go through a process to secure a development entitlement, right? You have to do a VMT analysis and you have to get your CEQA approvals. So just because you don't—
you're not answering the question. The question is, where in the city would you expect it to require findings of overriding consideration to be able to build discretionary housing?
Sure. Everywhere in the orange is what we would expect until we have an offset program that is verifiable. And so that is the immediate next step, and/or the general plan update comes through and we have a general plan land use that is reflective of our new VMT guidelines and thresholds.
So I guess the short answer is no analysis has been done. Is that fair?
Well, I'll jump in a little bit too. We definitely have around those areas that would screen out within that, I believe it's the half-mile radius of the stations. We have a lot of opportunities still for housing. Like Olivia mentioned, this is our first step. So this is not a, fix all, but we would imagine that there's a lot more work that will be part of the VMT general plan discussion, is one thing I would say. And the other thing is, as we can increase our transit opportunity, our bus transit opportunity, there's going to be more and more areas in the city that are going to be able to screen out, meeting that radius around a major transit station. So I think there's a lot of room for this to change even by the time we adopt our next housing element.
So, okay, with that thought in mind, is there a deadline within SB 743 for a jurisdiction to adopt its own metric? And the reason I ask that is, can we continue this conversation until the general plan process is further along, so that this really meshes up with what we're doing in the general plan? Because at this point, we'd be nailing down in a very definitive way one aspect that's going to foreclose potentially opportunities that we might want to pursue as part of the general plan. So is there a way to not nail down this piece and bring it forward with the rest of the general plan?
Olivia, correct me if I'm wrong, but the deadline from the state was 2020?
Yes.
July 2020. So we're a little bit behind adopting. And so we have been utilizing the state recommended OPR's recommendation for all the CEQA, which is the 15% and that strict interpretation. So we have been reverting to the state requirements in the interim. The deadline was July 2020. I would also say, I think there's opportunities. One, with our general plan to be looking at land use differently, looking at transit differently. And there's also the opportunity to modify our local guidelines as part of the general plan effort too. I also think it's a tremendous time to be looking at some of our citywide efforts, some of our fee structures around VMT, that, much more of that holistic look as part of our general plan. So while if something were to be adopted tonight, it is not, set in stone in terms of not being able to also modify or update or sync up as part of that general plan effort.
Okay, but the work hasn't been done yet.
On the general plan, no.
Okay.
Thank you. Councilmember Fisher.
Well, as your ad hoc representative to this committee and liaison to the Planning Commission, I thought I'd jump in at this point to talk about the threshold percentage and the reason why we wrestled with it so much. And so while the state is recommending 15%, it's really the 16.8% threshold is going to be able to get us to achieve the greenhouse gas reductions that the state is imposing that gets us to 2050. But as we know, our climate framework plan wants to get us to carbon neutrality by 2030. And so that would mean the percentage needs to be much higher. And so there were people on the committee who didn't want to stop at 16.8, wanted to go up further. And I want to echo Heather Hines' statements that, this is a real opportunity to, stop developing the way we have, which is creating all this traffic for us. And people can't get across town at 3 o'clock in the afternoon and moan and complain about our congestion. And we need to do something about that. And this is an opportunity to do something about that. And it's also an opportunity to really reanalyze our transit. If we want to get people out of cars and give them an alternative, we've got to give them better bike paths and we've got to get them better transit. And what that looks like, you're on the transit committee, Councilmember King. Let's figure that out. Is it smaller jitneys? Is it getting people downtown for the dinner hour and for a movie? How can we look at it differently so that we create more ridership and provide those opportunities? So, yeah, I'm excited, and it's we're in this spot, right? It's uncomfortable, and we'll get through it, and we'll figure out what all the pieces look like as we go through the general plan process. But it is a process, and I think that taking this next step is really important in our journey. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to jump in here in that this discussion has that Councilmember Healy just brought up about should we maybe stay with the state guidelines and not adopt our own. From the staff report, what I think we've been asked to do is to look at a near-term city standard and keep in mind that we have the general plan update ongoing, and that we would come back in maybe, I think the discussion was 18 months or some period to look at what we're doing and evaluate it and see how it's working as we are moving along the continuum of where we're going on the general plan update. And I think that is a good idea. And I do think if I read it correctly, that we, by having our own standard, we are available for some funding for the TDA. And I also, but I do share with Councilmember Healy the concern about actually designating the area around the Corona station for as a a screen-free zone, and I don't know if that can be put on hold or in some way modified until the station is more likely at least to be adopted, if not, built. That's what we are looking for. So I do have that concern as well. Also, that there's two things that I'm concerned about that I wasn't satisfied for where the discussion went in the Planning Commission, and that is that the screening out, you don't have to be screened if you have 100% affordable housing, but that project can be anywhere. And I'm not really sure that I think that is a good thing, at least not now. And again, because this is near term, I wouldn't want to have it now. I wouldn't want to have that policy now, because you could actually end up with, for example, if Davidoff decided that they couldn't do what they wanted to do, they could make that all affordable housing. That would be a terrible place to put 100% affordable housing, because there is nothing around it, and everybody who lives there would have to take a car or walk a tremendous distance to get anywhere. So, so I think we need to be careful about saying that 100% affordable housing anywhere in the city should not be screened. I have concerns about that. I like the fact that the city keeps the discretion of deciding to put screening in or not. And I really think it's important that we build in a review of this process. And I do think 18 months is probably a reasonable time frame for that. And I'm okay with the CARB adopted standard. I think it gets us where we want to go, and it's a reasonable compromise. So with that, I will call on Councilmember King and follow that with Councilmember Posake.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to respond to Councilmember Fisher's comment about transit. We are, as part of our goals, examining methodologies and steps to try to increase ridership. I have my own ideas. I am one of 7 members of the committee, and we do have a transit professional who's the manager. But my ideas actually are to run buses up and down Petaluma Boulevard, Lakeville Highway, McDowell, and Eli and Washington during peak hours on a consistent basis, so people who are not familiar with our system, which is pretty much everybody who doesn't already ride the bus, has an easy idea of where things are going to be for certain hours of the day on major thoroughfares. So that's my thought. Whether that's feasible or not financially is a whole nother question. So, I mean, I can have a thought like any guy at the end of the bar, but I need to hear back from our transit manager, who is the professional, who's not tonight, but at another occasion, who's the professional who's going to be able to analyze that. And that's something that's already been discussed. And we're looking at other ways to increase ridership, because to me, that is the main goal of having transit at all. So anyway, those are I just wanted to respond to that. Thanks.
Thank you.
And if you don't mind, I could jump in for a moment. Good evening, this is Jared Hall, Transit Manager.
I don't mind.
Thank you. Yeah, so I think this is potentially an exciting development. I think there's a lot that transit can do as a result of all of this, especially if there's mechanisms such as funding that's on the table through things like any fund banks, if those were created. We could do a variety of things, whether that's things like capital improvements, like bus stop improvements, further advancement of the electrification of our bus fleet, or it could, of course, be things like operational enhancements that bump us up from, say, 30-minute frequency on major corridors to 15 minutes. One of the biggest obstacles to doing that in the past hasn't been lack of desire, it's been the lack of funding. I think through the patchwork of existing funds that we have now, other ones such as Go Sonoma, and then any that may be available here through mechanisms such as this, I think will allow us to implement several of those different things to where we know there's appetite for more demand on corridors like Washington and McDowell, but we would now have the means to be able to bump those up to higher frequencies, such as 15 minutes in corridors that we know have a good mix of land uses and will both help to provide that high level frequency, and will be corridors where we know people are actually going to ride the bus, will get out of their cars, will reduce greenhouse gas, will reduce VMT, because we're talking about kind of the plan and what's proposed before you tonight. But of course, there's always a planning element itself where you want to make sure that you're still investing your resources in areas that make the most sense and help to actually reduce greenhouse gas, VMT, and meet the climate goals. So I think there's a lot of potential we can do out there with all of this, and I look forward to continuing that conversation going forward.
Thank you for that. And then Councilmember Posake.
Thank you, Teresa. A lot of what I wanted to say was just covered by Councilmember King and Mr. Hall, but I would just add, I think that to me, it's hard to imagine, based on what's been said, and someone correct me if I'm wrong, that if the Corona station continues to be delayed, that it's hard for me to believe we won't have transit on an every 15-minute basis, and won't that keep that area green on the map?
Is that a question or just a hypothetical?
Both.
It could, if transit increased there to 15-minute headways, that then creates a different shape. Instead of the circle around the potential smart station, it would be more like a oblong bubble along that corridor. And I will just add, with the recent application of our as part of and in partnership with Danco Communities and SMART, we did just apply for funding through Affordable Housing Sustainable Communities, both for funding for the SMART station at Corona and to increase transit service to 15-minute headways along the McDowell corridor. So remaining optimistic. We got initial feedback from the consultant that was hired to help with that application, that our greenhouse gas reductions were scoring very high for that application, and we hope that it will be competitive for that funding, which would really help secure both of those improvements in that area.
Yeah, and for that area right now, it's Route 2, serves that area, Petaluma Transit Route 2, which is running 30-minute headways during peak time. If something like that grant came through or other mechanisms, we would have the ability to bump that up to 15-minute service potentially. That's one of our high priority corridors that we've outlined. So that, of course, would give you that, as Heather mentioned, along the entire route, or along Washington, where Route 11 runs, for example, and then whatever boundary it permits beyond that. So I think it really opens a lot of those areas up. And it's worth noting, some of these areas, it kind of focuses on the smart station, but also then that bubble of the downtown smart Copeland Transit Mall, which has service frequencies that are that much or better. And I believe the East Side Transit Center may also meet that definition too, given the number of routes that are going in there right now. That, of course, being on Maria near the Safeway, just off of North McDowell Boulevard. So I think as we're able to provide expanded transit on those corridors, I think it opens up a lot more opportunities to do these kind of developments, to go for these kind of funds that we're talking about.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember McDonald.
Thank you. The city put in for priority development areas, PDAs, for Washington and McDowell. And I'm wondering how that dovetails with this. I mean, are there any waivers of one to the other? Is there any relationship one, or does the new VMT kill the concept of PDAs? Explore that for a minute.
Well, the PDAs are totally valid, and they continue to be acknowledged as PDAs. Certainly the VMT regulation add a layer that complicates that, but that's applied citywide, including to the PDAs. So the PDAs in and of themselves don't offer any specific advantages in terms of VMT screening. Although there are some opportunities that could be considered through the CEQA process, such as consistency determination with the sustainable community strategy. That's not something that the city has seen before, but is something that other jurisdictions are using and have used, and could certainly be something that is considered.
And I would add to that, the PDAs, the idea in the PDAs is to plan areas where there's increased transit and there's higher densities and intensities and bike and ped amenities and all of those things. Once they're there, then, you know, decrease your VMTs. So they don't, you know, the VMT doesn't cancel out the PDA. The PDA also allows us to, our designations allow us to apply for funding, which we did do and were not awarded funding. What we heard was there was an incredible amount of applications for funding through the PDA funding. So we didn't get it this cycle, but we'll keep continuing to try to get those funds, which then help us plan for those areas, which then help us think about all those things that we want to bring to those areas to get people out of their single vehicle and be using transit and be living where they're working or shopping or visiting, or, you know, so I think there could be a nice synergy there.
I was going to say, it sounds more like there's an alignment than not, and because looking at the rest of this, it's another challenge to building in most areas, as we see at Vartnaw, and so my concern is, even though this is an existential necessity to do these things, it means that the demographics of our town change if we don't grow, and we in a middle class kind of way. What happens is we're allowed to build the affordable housing, especially the very low income housing, which is important. And the rest of the housing stock gets inflated with no more construction and our proximity and amenities in town. The rest of the housing stock just goes higher. We lose our middle class. So, you know, we're trying to figure out how to make the right housing for everybody with more challenging regulation that we need to adjust to. Thanks.
And I think an important thing in how we're having this conversation is those maps too are not static. So as we increase our transit, as we get, you know, better service, that's going to change how those maps look, because it's going to change where you screen out. Or I don't know how regularly the transit, the traffic assessment zones are remodeled and recalibrated, but that, you know, we're looking at a snapshot of that map, but as things change, that map will change. And so it's not a static. And so the things that are before the council for adoption are the, you know, a lot of the thresholds, but that map will change as factors change, if that makes sense.
All right, and Councilmember Postley, did your hand go up again?
I'd just like to move that we pass these implementation guidelines.
Okay, that's a good motion, but I need to do public comment. But I will ask if Councilmember Fisher would like to say something.
I would like to second the motion.
Okay, that's what I thought. So we have a motion and a second. And if there's no more conversation at the council level, I will ask our city clerk to let me know if she has received any correspondence other than what Olivia just referred to on this item.
We have not, just what Olivia referred to earlier in the presentation.
Thank you. And so I will ask our moderator, Patrick Carter, to see if there's anybody in attendance, and we will open public comment if they want to speak.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Members of the public wishing to speak on this item, VMT, please raise your hand in Zoom and you'll be called on in turn. I see we have one hand raised so far, and that is Luke Lindenbush. So Luke, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Thank you very much, Patrick, and good evening, Mayor Barrett and Council. My name is Luke Lindenbush with Generation Housing. We support the state and city's efforts to adopt a better metric for evaluating emissions related to development, and I hope we can all agree that vehicle miles traveled is an improvement over the prior metric of level of service. There has been some concern that this change will result in the end of housing production in Petaluma, and that's simply not the case. The flexibility offered in this policy will allow a wide variety of housing developments to move forward without a traffic study. The range of exemptions, as you know, includes 100% affordable housing, cottage scale developments under 15 units, and transit-oriented development. Even still, projects not meeting these criteria for exemption are eligible to seek discretionary review and undergo VMT analysis and CEQA. Enhancing the state-mandated 15% VMT reduction to the 16.8% recommended by CARB is in alignment with the City of Petaluma's leadership on climate action. This is land use policy that considers the interconnected nature of buildings and transportation, our largest source of emissions, and the importance of a coordinated policy to meaningfully address the climate impacts of land use. That being said, excellent projects may still struggle to meet these criteria. Generation Housing encourages the city to continue partnering with home builders to achieve housing affordability for all residents. The city should update this policy over the course of the general plan update and beyond, and actively outreach to housing developers to ensure reasonably timely approval in all cases. We face an urgent need to dramatically increase the supply, affordability, and diversity of homes in Sonoma County. And we need to create transportation policy for the 21st century. We can and we must do both at the same time. Thank you very much, Council, for your consideration, and thank you to the staff, the VMT Technical Advisory Committee, and the Planning Commission for all of your work in creating an actionable policy.
Thank you for those comments, Luke. The next speaker is Blake Hooper, followed by Allie Gaylord. Blake, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Thank you so much, Patrick. And thank you to the council, staff, the TAC members, and everybody who's put in so much work to come up with these standards. I really just wanted to thank the council for discussing this tonight, and I really wanted to support and elevate the comments that were made by Councilmember Fisher, Mayor Barrett, and Jared Hall. And I really just wanted to say that there are so many of us here who are grateful to see the city moving forward with this and really taking charge of how our development will look going forward. Thank you again, and I know it's a late night, so thank you all for the work you're doing here.
Thank you, Blake. Next speaker is Allie Gaylord, followed by Taryn Obaid. Allie, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Good evening. This is Allie Gaylord from the east side of Petaluma. I just wanted to comment and first off, thank you to the staff. Super hardworking and a lot of information to digest and to present to the public. So thank you so much for your hard work, to the TAC, and especially to the council for this robust discussion tonight. I just wanted to mention I support the screening for the 100% affordable housing. It is very difficult to produce housing, and especially affordable housing. So removing barriers to the production of affordable housing, especially as supported by the studies which have proven that affordable housing has less car use and less VMTs. I support that recommendation. And I also support the concerns and share the concerns of Mayor Barrett and Councilmember Healy regarding the Corona Station area as being designated as high quality transit right now, given the lack of services, employment, groceries, and other amenities. Jared Hall from Petaluma Transit noted that Corona is a city priority, but he also mentioned that increasing service along Washington and other areas that have mixed use and different types of uses, which would allow different mode share, would be another priority, which kind of seems in conflict to me with the increased priority around Corona. So I'd just like a little bit more discussion or concentration around that, where we can really apply the city's money and the city's priorities to get people out of their cars. And I agree and support the council's interim kind of short-term adoption of the VMT implementation guidelines with the expectation that the guidelines will be revised during the general plan process. So thank you very much for everyone's hard work on this. And I know it'll go a long way to achieving the Petaluma climate goals. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments tonight, Allie. Next speaker is Taryn Obaid. Taryn, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Hi, thanks, Patrick. Good evening.
I don't really understand all of the technical aspects of the conversion from level of service to VMT, but I understand it on a high conceptual level, and I do want to applaud it. I guess I want to make two main comments. Number one is that Petaluma has not only until recently, since I've been living here, have I seen real creativity and real discussion about what we can do to keep people, get people out of their cars and relieve some of this mad traffic we have. And we're not like any other city. We've got a river that goes right through us. And so I would like to urge that whatever the mechanism is for looking at development and evaluating development by either VMT or some other method, that there be real strict guidelines for how we do that, so that we don't allow waffling. We don't allow us to really let a developer go off easy, because I have seen that happen between Sid Commons and between the Corona Station, which was like the vote was like 1 month between those two projects. There was waffling between whether the city was going to use VMT or level of service. And it just made no sense from my perspective. We're going to have so many central properties that will become available to us for housing soon, because retail is all but dead. And we have such high vacancy, large square footage properties like the old Kmart and whatever else, that will need to have a solution. And those things are ripe for vehicle miles travel. And those things are well suited. Those locations are well suited for transit. So I'd really like us to really take this opportunity, and which I'm so happy for, and embrace it. Really commit to it and close the off ramps, so that when another city council funding developer comes up and is part of the good old boy network, we resist that historical inclination to say, oh, okay, we'll let you off. So pardon my not so diplomatic comment. It's a little late, but I hope you understand the spirit. And thank you very much for bringing this forward. Oh, I guess my last comment is really go for it, because grants love it when we raise the bar, and that'll help us get more money. Thank you.
Thank you, Taryn. And that is the last hand we have raised, so I'll turn it back to you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. So with that, we'll close public comment and bring it back to the council. And I see we have two hands up. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I tempered my excitement before, but I'm not going to temper it so much. I'm excited. It's a shift in paradigm. It's a shift in the way we think about transportation and land use, and it couldn't be more aligned with my philosophy. It recognizes that cars are the source of traffic, not people, and I applaud that. Couple of my pieces going back on this. I'm excited that Olivia, when you mentioned the pilot programs, I couldn't agree more. We need to be doing pilot programs and pilot projects, and encouraging developers to explore and be creative with us on those things. When we do that, I would encourage us to really make sure that we're capturing good data. And even if we get less VMT out of a project, if we get good data out of it that can inform policy going forward, I would really, especially early on as we implement this and we're doing things on a case-by-case basis, the learning from these early projects is, arguably more important than the actual the VMT offsets themselves. I also just want to, something that Taryn mentioned in her comment that I want to echo and elevate is redevelopment, and that, that could be a source of funds. And I know we've all complained about the lack of redevelopment funds and the lack of fees for that, but this literally could go for things like that potentially. I don't know if we can justify it. Also, if we're going to do transit, I would love to create a transit lane on Washington and just close down a lane to traffic. I have a sneaky suspicion that if we made traffic a hair bit worse, we'd probably see more people getting out of their car. I definitely support the TAC reconvening. I think that's not just a good idea. I think it's really essential that we keep the TAC going. And even, the TAC could potentially workshop with applicants as they come in. I've seen a couple of the planning commission workshops and I think they're great. And I think potentially a VMT TAC or something, workshopping with applicants might be a good way to come up with creative ideas, define what data we need, that sort of thing, so that we can build good policy around it. Especially I want to echo safe routes to school. Our safe routes to school surveys are not excellent, and I think we can do a lot there. It has all kinds of different benefits, from health to safety, and BMT, of course. And I still want to, I don't see the downside of including in our policy for small projects to basically eliminate the potential to screen them out if they're overbuilding parking, and or just give direction to staff and make it some sort of a precedent. But I certainly don't want to see people reducing density and increasing parking and things like that because they can sell the homes for $50,000 or $60,000 more. And I may be calling chicken little, but I could see it happening. And yeah, I think that'll end my comments, but just, yeah, excited as heck. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councilmember King.
Yeah, I just had a quick follow-up on my idea or suggestion of a transit fund as one of the mitigation measures. I can't really tell from, this is a lot of work and it's a lot of data. So, sometimes you really get wowed by the reports, and this was one of those. Whether we can include that in the motion as something to be explored, because we just heard from our transit director about the difficulty of funding for transit here. And I don't know that this is the answer or going to solve all the problems, but it would be one thing that potentially could, if somebody who needed to mitigate had the option of making an in lieu payment to the transit fund as part of their mitigation. So I'll ask the makers of the motion how they feel about that.
Before we go there, could I just ask Olivia to maybe weigh in on this, in that mitigation pool may be open enough to include something like this without having to have a separate motion or adding it as a specific thing, but I'm not certain about that.
That is absolutely correct. There's no change needed to the resolution this evening. Councilmember King's comments about the idea for an impact fee has been noted and will be forwarded on and taken into consideration, and is absolutely in line with the things that we have been thinking about. So yes.
Are you comfortable with that, Councilmember King?
Oh, yes, thank you. Absolutely. Okay. Appreciate that clarification.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second, and if there's no further conversation, we will have a roll call vote.
Barrett?
Yes.
Barnacle?
Yes.
Fisher?
Yes.
Healy?
No.
Yes.
King? McDonald?
Yes.
Posake?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you, staff and consultants, for all the work you've done. And I know you have more work ahead of you. So thank you. We look forward to it. So now we are on to the public hearing. And we have a resolution approving a general plan amendment to add section 10.4 local hazard mitigation plan to the health and safety element of General Plan 2025 to include language stating that the city of Petaluma has adopted a local hazard mitigation plan implementing policy 10P2. And this will be Christina Paul, so we'll open the public hearing. Ms. Paul.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. It is lovely to be here with you tonight, as usual. I am going to start my presentation. So I am here to present, as the mayor described, a proposed resolution to adopt the local hazard mitigation plan by reference into the general plan. Our existing general plan 2025, charges us with protecting the community from risks associated with seismically induced surface ruptures, ground shaking, ground failure, slope instability, landslides, subsidence, fire hazards, and etc. And to that end, we are charged with adopting and maintaining a hazard mitigation plan that is in compliance with applicable state and federal regulations. To fulfill that obligation, the City of Petaluma City Council on November 2nd of 2020 adopted our most recent local hazard mitigation plan. This plan assesses the risks and vulnerabilities of the Petaluma community to hazards of many types, as were listed in the general plan passage earlier, and prioritizes mitigation projects. Also, by completing and adopting this plan, the city made itself eligible for FEMA pre-disaster mitigation and hazard mitigation grant programs. In order to be eligible for additional state disaster assistance funding, the city needs to adopt by reference the local hazard mitigation into the general plan. And there is a very straightforward way of doing that. And what staff is recommending is that City Council consider adopting into general plan element in the health and safety element 10P2, this following paragraph on November 2nd, 2020, Petaluma City Council adopted the 2020 Local Hazard Mitigation Plan in accordance with the Disaster Mitigation Act of 2000. The plan was conditionally approved by FEMA on December 3rd of 2020, and the Local Hazard Mitigation Plan is incorporated herein. We took this proposal to Planning Commission on May 25th of 2021, and they unanimously adopted a resolution recommending that the City Council approve the proposed general plan amendment. Thinking about this in the context of the ongoing general plan update, if the general plan amendment is adopted by council, Petaluma will be eligible for the funds that I described earlier through the duration of the current general plan. The local hazard mitigation plan's coverage will continue through the adoption of the expected upcoming general plan, and we would incorporate similar language into the upcoming general plan. The local hazard mitigation plan itself is slated for update in 2025. I think it's on a 5-year update cycle. That is my presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so I will ask if anybody on council has a question or comment. Seeing no one raise their hand, I will ask our city clerk if she has received any correspondence on this item.
We have not, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. So I will ask our moderator, Patrick Carter, if we can open the public hearing and have public comment if there is anyone in attendance who'd like to speak.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Members of the public wishing to speak on this public hearing item, please raise your hand in Zoom and you will be called on in turn. I'm looking at our list and one hand has been raised, so I will share my screen. And Taryn Obaid, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Thanks. Hi again. Integrating this into the general plan to, I guess what you call it is codify it, would be great. I would just hope that there's some teeth to it such that we can get serious about implementing, the mitigations or enforcing safety. And for example, what I'm referring to is like so many of the most recent river developments just don't even do any runoff analysis anymore. And runoff analysis is key to us all being insured by FEMA. And I've talked about that before, but somehow the city planning department doesn't seem to feel that looking at the amount of water that gets dumped into the river is important. Okay, well, I would just hope that as we look to safety and codifying safety, that we really are crossing every T and dotting every I, so people are not losing their homes and potentially their lives. So not just words, but really tight relationship between the mitigation plan and ordinances and decision making. Thank you very much. Good night.
Thank you for those comments, Taryn. And I do not see any other hands raised, so I'll turn it back to you to close the public hearing, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I'll close the public hearing and public comment and bring it back to the council. And I am looking for a motion. And I see Vice Mayor Barnacle's hand went up.
I'll move the item.
And Councilmember King?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, and we will have a roll call vote.
Barrett,
Yes.
Barnacle,
Yes.
Fisher,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
Posake.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, again, thank you, staff, for your work on this. And with that, we are adjourning until next Monday, June 28th at 6 p.m. For the City Council Goals and Priorities meeting. So thank you very much, and we'll see you next week. Good night.
Thank you.
Night all.
Night.